Hi, Eugene.
Hello, Madam President.
I was trying to test my machine first.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay. This looks better. Where to stand? Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, looks good. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Eugene.
Good morning to
Good
you,
morning.
sir.
Good morning, Eugene.
Good morning.
Morning, Matthew. Morning, Josephine.
Morning, Matthew. Morning, Noel.
Eugene, can you hear me?
Good
I
morning.
can hear you, Matthew.
Yes, I can.
Doctor, ngobuze.
Gawendi.
We are happy to
Eugene, can we look at the program? Because I see participants are joining now.
Anna, please carry on.
Good morning, Tim.
Yeah, look what I'll be there today. I want the robots, yes. Robot.
I don't have sharing rights.
You now have.
Okay, thank you. I hope you are able to see my screen. That is what I have on the program.
Okay.
Is everybody able to see my screen?
So, Eugene, how do I get that background?
It's automatic, so
Okay.
it's already there. Yes.
It's already there. Great.
When I set up, you don't know what is internet in. See my setup. Going up to me to setup.
Elsie, can you hear me? Matthew, are you able to hear me?
Can hear you, Eugene.
Okay, perfect. All right. Elsie, over to you.
Eugene, did you ask for me?
I was just checking if my audio is well. It's perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anna is trying to join in. And as we wait, because I know some more members are coming in to play soon. I would like to thank everybody who has come into the meeting as per now. We are waiting for other members to join in. We should be able to begin our program in the next, let's say 15 minutes from now. So let's keep on, keeping the meeting. I know some members are joining in. As Elsie comes on, I'm sure we should be able to start getting to know what exactly we are going to be doing in this session. All I can tell you is the conceptualization of evaluation for sustainable futures, looking at these three major factors. That is on climate financing, looking at inclusion and gender equity, and on peace building, will give us a nuance kind of perspective into how best we can actually convert some of the global aspects that we already know of into contextualized aspects that we can actually apply in African perspective. So as we wait for our colleagues to come in, just hang in there. We should be able to know more from the programming when Anna joins back in. Hello? Nicholas? I'm only seeing 2 slides here. Eh? Hey. I'm only seeing this. Okay. Okay, there are 4 slides, but 2 of them are the ones that have business. Preamble and what way for evaluators. Is this a 30-minute talk?
Eugene, we can hear you.
Eugene, it seems your internet is also breaking a bit.
Hey, sorry, I'm on call, sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I had a
Systems E.A.L is
technical
under LC.
glitch.
Because I see we are nearly starting, we are almost 9:15.
Yes, please. I'm sorry, I got a technical glitch a few minutes ago. I had to switch from my computer and I'm now using my mobile device. Sorry about that. Good morning to us all once again.
Yes, good morning.
Are the attendees able to hear me? I hope I'm not speaking to only the panelists.
I think their microphones could be muted, so maybe they can type in the chat.
Okay. Colleagues, the rest of us who are attending, if you're able to hear me, please confirm in the chat. Eugene, can the attendees hear me?
Yes, they can. Please, they're even showing that they can hear you. I can see hands up. Yeah. Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to this session of evaluation for sustainable features. This is a one-day webinar, and we will be having different speakers and discussions around climate finance, inclusion, and peace building in Africa. Our theme of the day is evaluation for sustainable futures. And I will be your host or your moderator for the day. My name is Anna Elsie Luigo, President Young and Emerging Evaluators, Research and Learning Analyst at Asigma Capital Advisory Services. I'm an M&E specialist with over slightly 3 years of experience, and I'll be moderating this session today. We'll be having different speakers from different parts of Africa, right? So I will take us through briefly the program of the day. We will have our welcome address from our former president, Mr. Matthew Lubuulwa. We will have a keynote speech from our current president, Dr. Josephine Watera. We will have a session on climate financing and evaluation. We will have a session on inclusion and gender equity in evaluation. We will have a session on evaluating peace building initiatives. And then we will close with a compound plenary. Up next on our program, we are going to have a welcome address from Mr. Matthew Lubuulwa, our former president of the Uganda Evaluation Association. Mr. Matthew Lubuulwa is a senior M&E specialist at the Budget Monitoring and Accountability Unit, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And he served as our president of the association for the last 2 terms. You're welcome, Mr. Matthew Lubuulwa, to give us our opening remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Anna Elsie, for that kind introduction. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon to those who are in the places where it is afternoon already. And can I say good night to those who are about to go to sleep, since this engagement is across the globe. My role today is to basically give you some welcome remarks, and it is a privilege to welcome you to this important dialogue on the future of evaluation with a focus on climate finance, inclusion, and peace building in Africa. And I am especially pleased that we are having this conversation at a time when the stakes and the opportunities have never been higher. Across Africa and here in Uganda, we are witnessing the growing impact of climate change, erratic rainfall, prolonged droughts, and devastating floods. As some of you who are here can basically speak about this. Even here in the city, when the rain set in, we see flash floods, sometimes taking human beings, but also the issue of peace. We've seen quite a number of places where the peace is still a far away cry. Now, these environmental shocks are not just ecological issues, they are deeply human ones, and they affect livelihoods. They displace communities and in many cases increase the risk of conflict over economic resources, particularly land. Those of you who witnessed a few days ago, we heard that a police station was attacked and the issue is land. So these are all risks coming from climate change and resources becoming fewer and fewer. For example, in Karamoja sub-region and in the cattle corridor generally, climate-related stress has contributed to increased tensions over pastures and water. Yet, there have also been promising efforts supported by both government and partners to build peace through community dialogues, resilience building programs, and inclusive natural resource management. Uganda has made strides in mobilizing climate finance, including through the Green Climate Fund, national level climate adaptation programs, including the Climate Finance Unit at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And during this webinar, we are going to get someone who heads that unit to tell us how far they have gone in mobilizing climate finance resources. But here too, evaluation plays a crucial role. We must ask, are these resources reaching the communities that need them most? Are they building resilience among women, youth, and indigenous populations? And importantly, are we learning from what works and what doesn't? So when you look at the Uganda National Development Plan 3, which is ending this month, and maybe the National Development Plan 4, there is a lot of emphasis on inclusive growth and sustainable development. And then the 4 focuses on the 10-fold growth respectively. But to achieve this, we need evaluation systems that are homegrown, participatory, and linked to policy action. One encouraging example is the integration of evaluation mechanism within Uganda's public investment management policy. For all infrastructure and economic projects, they have included evaluation. They must be evaluated. They must be monitored, they must be evaluated, which is a good thing. And then when Uganda, you look at the parish development model, and now I'm going into inclusion, which aims to lift millions of Ugandans out of poverty by devolving planning and resources to the grassroots. Evaluating these programs in real time with local voices at the center offers a powerful opportunity to link inclusion, accountability, and results. So we gather here today at a pivotal moment when the continent faces profound and interconnected challenges. Climate change is accelerating environmental stress and resource scarcity. Social and economic exclusion continues to marginalize millions, and fragility in many regions threatens the hard-won gains of peace and development. Yet within these challenges lies an equally powerful opportunity to rethink how we evaluate progress, impact, and equity. Evaluation is not just a technical process. It is a political, economic, social, and ethical tool that shapes how resources are allocated, whose voices are heard, and which well, I think I got a challenge with internet, but I was concluding evaluation is not just a technical process, it's a political, economic, social, and ethical tool that shapes how resources are allocated and whose voices are heard and which futures are we imagining. So if we are to deliver effective climate finance, foster meaningful inclusion, and sustain peace, our evaluation systems must evolve. We must ask ourselves, are we measuring what really matters to communities on the ground? Do our tools capture the lived realities of those most affected by climate stress and conflict? Are we building evaluative systems that are participatory, context-sensitive, and driven by African priorities? In this meeting, we are going to explore not just how we evaluate, but why and for whom. Let us challenge outdated models, elevate indigenous knowledge, and design frameworks that center justice, resilience, and sustainability. So today, as we gather to reflect on the future of evaluation, let us be bold in our thinking. Let us embrace innovation, amplify local knowledge, and ensure that monitoring and evaluation is not an afterthought, but a core pillar of climate resilience, inclusive development, and peace building. Uganda and Africa at large deserve evaluation systems that don't just track progress, but help shape it. I want to thank you for your presence, your insights, and your commitment to a more and just and sustainable future. Let us get started. And I was allocated a little more minutes, but I think I need to close it here. Back to you, moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lubuulwa, for that welcome address. I for one can't wait to hear what our speakers have in stock for us, especially in regards to climate finance. Climate finance is really a hot topic nowadays, and hopefully by the end of this webinar, we'll be able to appreciate how it marries into evaluation and how we can benefit from this. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Matthew, and we will get straight into our next agenda item. We want to welcome the President, Dr. Watera Josephine. Dr. Josephine, you're welcome. She is going to deliver a keynote speech on the power of local evaluation in addressing regional challenges. And for this session, I want to hand over to Swinnerstone to usher us into Dr. Josephine's keynote speech. Swinnerstone, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really grateful to be here today. And my name is Eugene Miheso Swinnerstone, and I'm part of this wonderful team that has organized the E4SF, courtesy of Uganda Evaluation Association and all our other partners. So to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Watera Josephine is a credential evaluator with over 18 years of experience in research, evaluation, and evidence use systems within Parliament. And currently she's serving as the Assistant Director, Research Services, and a former head of monitoring and evaluation division in the Parliament of Uganda. She recently just completed her PhD in program evaluation from the University of Cape Town and has pioneered numerous innovations to enhance the Parliament of Uganda's performance, including the Legislator Sector Performance Index and first ever legacy report on the 10th Parliament. Her expertise extends to the global stage as a member of the Independent Evaluation Panel of the Global Fund and the National Monitoring and Evaluation Technical Working Group, where she provides technical guidance on strengthening M&E systems and using evaluation results. Josephine has significantly contributed to the field by supporting the World Bank's Independent Evaluation Group in developing responsible evaluation guidance, co-developing ethics for the Canadian Evaluation Society, and leading the development of the African Evaluation Principles for AFREA in 2021. She has also developed guidelines for establishing parliamentary M&E systems in Africa and a module for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Academy, in addition to co-authoring a book chapter on African Parliament's evidence systems. Her work includes supporting the National Planning Authority in strengthening M&E systems for National Development Plan 4, and her contributions have been recognized with the African Evidence Leadership Award in 2023, and as the most promising evaluator from developing countries by the American Evaluation Association in 2017. She is also the current president of the Uganda Evaluation Association and a former board member of the International Development Evaluation Association, IDEAS. Josephine, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Eugene, and welcome the members on board, because this is an activity that is being held by the spearheaded by the Uganda Evaluation Association in partnership with the organizers of the GLOCO 2025. And it's such a great honor to have this conversation today where we are talking about evaluation for sustainable futures, because we want to see the power of evaluation go beyond us and change and influence the future that we want. Our agenda of Africa 2063 reminds us of the future that we want. And as we gather today in this session, we are reminded that Africa stands on a critical threshold. We understand the effect, and Matthew has done me well by starting us on the effect of climate change, issues that relate to socioeconomic inequalities in Africa, and conflicts. We've seen emerging conflicts. We still see strong conflicts that have failed to get out of our societies within the Horn of Africa, within the East African community in DRC. We still see a lot of conflicts that are emerging, even in West Africa. So we can't underestimate the power of us discussing issues that relate to peace building. And all these reflect or affect how our ecosystems are functioning and how we are meeting the needs of the future. These challenges require that we use an integrated approach to evaluation, and that's why the narratives that we create and decisions that we make today through our evaluation practices will dictate the legacy that we leave for the future generations, because we are talking about the future. So our work must be grounded on ethics and evidence that highlights the successes and the systematic failures. We need to highlight areas that are not moving well for our governments, our communities to take note and influence their own development. These failures can help us to strategize better and take better actions, because we know the power of evaluation in accountability and learning. For us to understand properly where we are today, I just want to give some examples even within Uganda, that most parts of our region have manifested struggles within marginalized communities, where some of the repercussions that have emerged from the decisions that are taken even at the public level have gone negative against what the community is expected to see. So it's here that the power of local evaluation shines on. The synthesis of local and global perspectives creates a fertile ground for innovative solutions. By leveraging localized knowledge through a global lens, we empower our communities to harness evidence that replaces assumption with insight and resilience, and enables us to amplify voices that will otherwise be silent. In the context of local evaluation, the essence is that it bridges between local and retaliates and realities with global insights, enabling us to foster collaboration across borders and sectors. It facilitates us to share knowledge, resources, and strategies that can enable us to create effective avenues for implementing issues that relate to, especially our topic today, climate change, climate building efforts, grounded within our local context, to appreciate better where we go, that are robust and dynamic, enabling us not only to see the issues clearly, but also to develop collectively informed solution. We must acknowledge that while the challenges may be local, the solutions can also be found, are often found in the global experiences and expertise that we cultivate together. As the president of the Uganda Evaluation Association, I must confess that I've witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of inclusive evaluation practices. We have a lot of studies that we have undertaken as a country that have seen across the globe that have actually caused a lot of difference in our communities. And therefore, our collaborative efforts with diverse stakeholders have led to adaptive learning, more accountable governance, and increased resilience in our communities. And this is the power of evaluation. By participating in global events of this nature, we deepen our understanding, we refine our strategies, and inspire each other to strive for change. And it's change that we desire to see a better Africa. As we delve in the specific themes of this session, I'd like to underscore the role of climate finance as a catalyst for sustainable futures in Africa. Thoughtful evaluation of climate finance initiatives can enhance the effectiveness of funding and improve accountability. This includes measuring impacts, not just in terms of socioeconomic returns, but also in how such investments foster community resilience and social cohesion. For example, evaluating projects aimed at enhancing climate resilience in vulnerable communities, we must include knowledge, local knowledge, and sustainability measures that have already been tested in the times that we are in. We must amplify the voices of marginalized groups who are integrated into the project design and implementation. But we need to ask ourselves, are women and youth, are people with disability, are people who are elderly in our communities being gainfully and productively involved in our decision making? And that's why we need to talk about issues of equity. The evaluation frameworks need to reflect our essential inquiries and ensure that issues that relate, for example, to climate change encompass broader societal goals. Furthermore, it be viewed as separate from our climate initiatives. They are integral components that ensure the sustainability of any intervention we undertake. Global evaluation can play a transformative role in helping us assess how well our program addresses the root causes of conflict and exclusion. And also through participatory evaluation processes, we can empower communities to become active agents of change, fostering cohesion and peace in the face of adversity. As your president and a fellow advocate for positive change, I urge each participant in this session to embrace the power of global evaluation. Let us commit to fostering collaborations that transcend borders and sectors. Let us be proactive in our evaluations so that what we do can eliminate pathways towards sustainable. Therefore, I call upon all of us present today to commit in making the most of this unique opportunity, in engaging and listening keenly and challenging the status quo and being bold in our pursuit of evidence-based practices that can foster meaningful change within our region. I urge all of us to embrace and promote the principles of global evaluation within your respective networks, to not only celebrate our small victories, but also to learn from our setbacks. Let us work together to ensure that the lessons we glean from these experiences resonate not just across our region, but also echoes in the halls of global institutions and decision-making bodies. We know that there's potential in collaboration across the global South partnerships. In closing, allow me to emphasize that the power of global evaluation lies within our ability to harness the collective knowledge and experience of our communities, ensuring that no one is left behind as we strive for progress. We need to unite our efforts, and when we allow our shared vision to guide our improvements, we then get better actions. As we move forward in this week of learning, may we be fueled by the understanding that our local challenges can indeed find solutions through global collaborations. I want to thank you for your commitment and passion. Together, let us harness the transformative power of global evaluation to not just address regional challenges, but to redefine the narratives of our communities for generations to come, because we are talking about the future. I thank you so much, and hand over to the next presenters so that this session in power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Watera, for that wonderful opener. We really appreciate you, and thank you as the president of the Uganda Evaluation Association. Very interesting that we have the successor and the predecessor. All of them are here, which means this is a very strong move that actually promotes the importance of VOPEs in our respective countries. So for those who are representing other countries here, I've seen Zambia is in the house, I've seen Nigeria, I've also seen there's Ghana. So please, let's embrace this move, and I really appreciate our presidents for showing the love. I've also seen the Vice President of Uganda Evaluation Association, Mr. Timothy Lubuulwa. You're also welcome. So maybe something that I don't know if there are any questions, but it spoil everything if we go into questions. But if anybody has a question, please feel free to put it in the QA. But I think that opener was wonderful. I actually saw that she has touched on all the key aspects. She has touched on climate financing. She has also touched on inclusion and gender equity. She has touched also on peace building. And all these things are very necessary for us to be living in a very good, sustainable place. So we don't want to dilute this. And to me, I think if there is a question, please put it in the I think we have some time. I think I'll only add, I will give an opportunity to two people, one gent and one lady, because we are going to have Josephine come back in later on in our compound plenary. But for now, just two questions, one lady, one gent, and then we can move on. Dixon, I saw your hand up. Dixon, are you still available? Dixon, you may speak.
Sorry, I want just to appreciate Dr. Watera for that elaborate opener. And other than that, really, I did not have much, but to appreciate that kind of elaborate opener for us. I think he has touched many areas, which I feel excited to get even deeper into what we're going to discuss. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dixon, for that. So if you have other thumbs up, please post them in the, in the chat. Our chat is open, and I can see already Simon is responding. So I think with that, I think it was really clean, and I would like to just hand over the program back to our moderator to continue this session. Over to you, Elsie.
Thank you, Swinnerstone, and much appreciation to Dr. Josephine for giving such an elaborate keynote. I really can't wait to get deeper into this, because from Mr. Matthew now to Dr. Josephine, I think I'm getting excited. I'm really getting excited. And as someone who is really interested in sustainability, I think this is a beautiful session for me so far, and hoping that by the end of this, I will have more insights on the rest of the colleagues. Well, we will get into our next agenda item, and we are going to have a session on climate finance and evaluation. And I think for me, this is really the gist of this webinar, climate finance, because we've heard a lot about inclusion, gender equity, peace building, but not so many of us have really understood and appreciated climate finance. Yes, we understand climate change, but climate finance is a whole different phenomenon, and we really want to understand more and appreciate it better. And I want to hand over this session to Ms. Watera to take us through climate finance and inclusion. by Mr. Denis Mugagga. Over to you, Nolan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne, our President Dais. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Noeline Kochalia. I'm the General Secretary of the Uganda Evaluation Association, and I'm very pleased to have one of the gurus in climate financing. He's going to talk about climate financing and evaluation. That is Mr. Denis Mugagga. By way of introduction, Mr. Denis Mugagga is the head of Climate Finance Unit at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. He has over 15 years of experience in external resource mobilization and climate finance. He does hold a Master's of Science in Development Economics from Uganda Matters University, and he has led efforts to strengthen Uganda's capacity to access, manage, and deploy climate finance from sources such as the Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, and Adaptation Fund. Mr. Mugagga has represented Uganda, the African Group of Negotiators, and the least developed countries in climate finance negotiations. He's also widely recognized for his contribution to shaping climate finance policies and frameworks that support low carbon, climate resilient development. He also has worked as a consultant with institutions such as Global Green Growth Institute, supporting readiness, policy advisory, and project development efforts across the region. So I believe that he's one of the best that we have for this discussion, and I want to welcome you. Thank you for giving us time, Mr. Denis. Over to you, sir. Denis, can you hear us? Eugene?
I think Eugene needs to unmute his mic.
No,
Eugene?
he had joined in. I don't know if he got
Yeah,
out.
he's on, but on the side of, can you make his microphone available so he can speak? Yeah.
I've enabled him, so he should be able to just come
Hello?
in and do the
Hello?
presentation. Hello.
Yes,
Hello,
Denis.
everyone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you, sir.
Yes, I hope I'm audible. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this discussion, the nexus and between climate finance and how the evaluation in Uganda. I want to make a presentation as per the guidance of the organizers, general about climate financing in Uganda. But obviously it touches also a part of the global architecture of climate financing. Can I be allowed to share my screen?
Yes, sir. You need to also accept. There is something that is popping on your. You need to accept it. Then you will be in position to share.
Yes.
Yes, please. You may now. Yeah. Yes, we are able to see it.
Have we lost the audio?
I see his mouse is moving, but he's not talking yet. Probably he's preparing. His microphone is off. Denis, your microphone is off.
Okay, now, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly clear. Thank you.
Yes, as I said, since the inception of the coming into force of the Paris Agreement, Uganda has been at the forefront of making sure that we access climate financing, because the effects of climate change have been with us since then, and even before the coming into place of the Paris Agreement. We've seen loss of lives because of floods. We've seen loss of property and livelihood because of floods. We've seen in the cattle corridor animals being lost because of the droughts. We are seeing a change in terms of on the financial side, in terms of losses, increase in non-performing assets, because there are tenant effects of climate change that are not directly linked, but indirectly linked to even performance of our financial sector. So, so under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, Uganda has highlighted some of the actions, both mitigation and adaptation in nature, that can help Ugandans cope with the effects of climate change, but then also we've also committed to reduce our emissions by 24.7% in the current NDC, nationally determined contributions that we submitted to the UNFCCC. Now, we have also costed these actions in the NDC, and we have to raise 28.1 billion over 7 years until 2030. This figure might go up because now we're currently reviewing our NDCs. We are developing the NDC 3.0 with our Minister of Water and Environment leading the process. I know some of you will be part of these engagements. And because the effects of climate change have been with us and are still with us, we are emphasizing mostly the adaptation actions. And if you look at this figure, we're looking at 17.7 billion, and then mitigation costs of 10.3 billion. Now, according to the international architecture, we are supposed to raise 15% from our domestic resource mobilization, and then 85% should be coming from the international sources. So, because you know, Uganda is not one of the countries that have caused this climate change to the levels that actually leading to the global warming. So there was an agreement that, you know, the people who went through the Industrial Revolution and the developed countries should be paying for those effects. And so that is why you see most of the money should be coming from external sources. But in reality, this is not the case. Actually, Uganda is doing more using its own resources because our people are already affected. Now, in terms of trends, if you look at this figure, the next figure, it shows how much have we collected externally. The 85%. We have in December 2021, we had around 447.4 US dollars. This figure has been going down because, you know, after COVID, even the grants went down, and most of this was supposed to be grants. Now, in December 2023, if you look at this, we actually went down further to 27, just this is just after COVID, 272.6%, $2.6 million. And then the good thing is during this time, the ministry thought it wise with a number of partners like the government of the UK to set up a climate finance unit in the Ministry of Finance to have dedicated people thinking about climate financing. Now, we set a target of $500 million last year, but we collected, we actually managed to mobilize 552 $0.3 million. And now we have a new target of around 2 billion, but we are trying to work towards making sure that. So I'll show you how we're going to try and raise the financing for the new target. Now, in terms of the financing mechanisms, we have a number of financing mechanisms under the UN system. One of them is the Green Climate Fund. Most of the financing that we have actually mobilized has come from the Green Climate Fund. We have the Global Environmental Facility. We have the Adaptation Fund, and then others, the bilateral funds like the World Bank, ADB, IDB, all those also have contributed. And also the bilaterals, like, for example, countries like Germany, the UK, have also contributed, so making a total of $552 million. Now, if you look at this next figure, it shows what are the financing instruments that we have been deploying or through which we are accessing this financing. The biggest, obviously, is the grants in yellow. But then we also have some that are blended financing, grants, and highly concessional loans. And then, so the blue one shows the total mobilization, and then the annual target is the one that the light green. Then in terms of the share between adaptation and mitigation, in line with our NDC, I said we are actually emphasizing adaptation because it gives people resilience to actually cope with the effects of climate change. Even in terms of the projects that we are developing and then the money that we're accessing, you can see 57% of it is going to adaptation actions, and then 35% is mitigation. And then we have cross-cutting where you have both adaptation and mitigation, 8%. Now, this next figure shows the current state of affairs in terms of the development aid architecture. If you look at the figure, it is showing that countries have actually reduced their allocations towards development assistance, and this also aligns with climate financing because climate finance is part of the development assistance that countries get, developing countries get. The biggest is the US. It has actually cut its support by 60 billion in 2025. United Kingdom is looking at 6 billion, and these actually is they are talking about security, the war in Ukraine. I think they're financing that. Netherlands is talking about $300 million. France, 1 billion. Germany, 1.7 billion. Switzerland, Sweden. The EU is talking about 2 billion because obviously the other EU states are the ones that finance it. So in terms, they're cutting an allocation of 2 billion. You have Italy, you have Canada, and then the Finn and Belgium. So this shows you that actually grant financing is going to go down further. So we need to be more innovative when raising climate financing. And so within our mandate as a Ministry of Finance, we are actually setting up strategies because in the climate finance architecture, one of the things that you have to look at, you have to do certain actions before you even access the financing because the people you work with expect you to have certain strategies in place to guide you well in utilizing these resources and then also on the mobilization side. So when we came into office, the first thing was to look at those very attendant frameworks or strategies that will help us mobilize further. And one of them that we have, some of them that we have identified were the National Climate Finance Strategy, the National Green Taxonomy, the National Climate Change Budget Tagging, National Climate Finance Report, State of Climate Finance Report. And then we also looked at innovative financing mechanism enablers, disaster risk financing strategies, and others. I'll explain what these are in detail in the next slides. So the National Climate Finance Strategy, basically, as I said, it is like our Bible in terms of resource mobilization. It basically looks at how do we mobilize the 28.1 billion, and then how do we utilize it effectively, and then track its utilization. So we did this in-house. We held a number of engagements, technical committee meetings, we had roundtable meetings, we had consultations with the local governments. We have actually integrated also gender equity and social inclusion aspects in the strategy. It was approved by top management in February this year. And now we're actually going to launch it around August. The president is going to launch it. So then the National Green Taxonomy. The National Green Taxonomy basically is a list of actions in simple terms that are green in nature that private sector can come in to invest in all the sectors that we have in Uganda. This National Green Taxonomy, basically, we have seen that even at a global level, there's a new target of mobilization of resources, which is called the new quantified goal. Collective quantified goal is to raise, countries have to raise 300 billion annually. Now, when you look at it in terms of its structure, most of the money is going through private sector. So we need to be also adjusting to that reality. So in Uganda, this is one of the elements that we want to use. We are actually guiding private sector that these are some of the actions that you can do. So what it's supposed to do is basically to guide them on which areas that the various sources of financing can be accessed. Then it is helping the investors to build their confidence that, you know, these are areas that government is recognizing as green. It is also helping the regulators like Bank of Uganda and then the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority to guide better the different tiers of financing, the banks and then the microfinances, then the circles, on what is it that they expect these to finance. So for now, we don't have like a cap in terms of investment for the different tiers, but we know that is where we're going. So this is going to actually help in the evaluation, making sure that basically when they guide either the banks, Bank of Uganda guides the banks, it can evaluate whether the bank has met its threshold. For example, if it says that every financial institution should actually invest 20% of their capital towards green investment, then they can use this as a yardstick to evaluate performance. So this is very important on even the evaluation. And then we also use the people who are going to invest also. We expect that government also is going to use this taxonomy to develop policies, to also develop incentives that are going to help private sector investments increase. Then we have developed guidelines for mainstreaming climate change in the financial sector, specifically to help raise awareness on why it is important for them to basically, the financial sector, to actually plan and budget for these decisions. As I said in my opening remarks, that the direct or indirect correlation between climate change and performance of assets in the financial sector. I can give you an example, a simple example. A loan, a shopkeeper can get a loan from, let's say, microfinance. But remember, the shopkeeper is not acting in a vacuum. The shopkeeper is housed in, for example, an area that is, for example, in the cattle corridor. Now, the people who are buying from him are people who are actually dealing in maybe cattle. Now, if there's a drought and the customers are facing challenges, basically their cattle is dying and they can't actually buy. They don't have the propensity to buy. It means that the shopkeeper indirectly is not going to be able to actually pay back the loan. So you can see that because the climate change is affecting the farmers, indirectly, the shopkeeper is going to become a bad debt. So it is very important for the financial sector to understand. So these guidelines are raising awareness. They are building their capacity to know how and mainstream these policies in the financial sector, and then to identify opportunities and initiatives that the financial sector can do to help their like customers, and then also the risks and opportunities that are there. Then we also, if you remember, I talked about how much government is actually investing in climate change, but I didn't give a figure. Now, what we are trying to do using climate budget tagging, we want to make sure that we can actually identify and actually tell you in real time that this is how much government is investing when it comes to climate budget tagging. So what is climate budget tagging? Climate budget tagging, we have designed a tool of integrating climate change in our public, in our budgeting system. So the PBS has now two outputs, one adaptation and one mitigation. So at every spending level, actually individuals can input how much they are investing in adaptation action and how much they are investing in mitigation actions. And these codes are already, we are doing actually capacity building for the different planners, for the different institutions. We have moved a notch bit higher to also engage local governments. And now we are doing some evaluations. Now, in the budgeting cycle, there's a time where the Ministry of Water and Environment and NPA evaluate the budget responsiveness in of each of the institutions towards climate change. Now, this tool is actually going to help provide information to that process real time to say maybe this MDA has performed to this level. It's not actually not inputting only, but even on the output side, how much has been invested using our chart of accounts. We're actually going to be doing that. We expect that in the next 3 years, this is going to be something. So we are doing capacity building for the different MDAs. Now, on top of that, we are also being innovative. So we are looking at innovative financing mechanisms that we can actually use to raise more financing. One of them is the Resilience and Stability Facility. So the IMF has a window where you can access financing for climate change, but with conditionalities in terms of improvement of policy. So we are doing that, and we're actually working with World Bank to develop our country climate development report, which will be also launched with the National Climate Finance Strategy. We're also exploring avenues like the green bonds. So Uganda has been issuing bonds on the domestic market, but these bonds have been largely for monetary and fiscal, but the fiscal is basically financing the budget without having a chronology of green development. So these bonds, the green bonds, the only difference with those bonds is where they are issued, maybe on the international market, but then also specifically these ones require that the proceeds from the bonds are used for green investments. Like for example, you can actually say we're going to do a dam, maybe to increase on the electricity capacity, which is renewable energy, maybe to do a bridge that is going to help areas that are flooding and they are climate proofed. The bridge is climate proof that in any case, even if a flood happens, it's not going to be washed away. So we can link those actions to a bond that is issued so that it becomes green. Then, recently, I think last week, the Ministry of Water and Environment launched the carbon framework and guidelines. Now, carbon markets framework and guidelines. Now, as Ministry of Finance, we are looking at developing a carbon fiscal framework. This basically for us, we look at carbon markets as financing. And so we have to guide government in terms of how do we use the proceeds out of this, because currently, you know, as in line with the PFMA, we're actually supposed to have that money sent to the consolidated fund. But when it gets to the consolidated fund, it becomes like any other financing. So we want to see, can we find a way of earmarking that financing so that it is recouped and used in areas that are green in nature or climate related. So we are trying to work on use of proceeds, incentive structure, and then the taxation. Should we tax? Because the proponent in carbon markets, the investors, the communities are earning from this. And you know, in Uganda, if you earn money above a certain threshold, you are supposed to be paying taxes. So we are asking ourselves, do we think that we should be investing? We should be taxing these incomes, or we should leave it and then to make sure that we grow use it as an incentive to grow the market. Then we have a number of blended financing tools that we are developing. We've also developed a checklist pilot program, and this specifically is we are trying to do matchmaking, deal making. We are bringing investors, and then so investors in terms of financials, and then the private sector, and having projects. So the private sector presents their projects to investors, and then the investors can decide whether to take on some, and then we also do matchmaking, and until the deal is agreed on. So during the first phase of this pilot program, we actually managed to unlock $60 million in private climate financing between the investors and the private sector. We also are trying to discuss performance results with the French government. So we have 50 million that is coming on board along with TA. But this is also going to be premised on policy changes, some of which we're already doing. Then disaster risk relief fund. So we are designing something with this Standard Chartered Bank. It's a new facility. So in the normal cases, government gets loans from, let's say, for example, it's like banks. But we expected that we pay commitment fees, we pay on undisbursed funds, we also pay a number of certain fees and others. So now, what we are trying to do is to have a facility that doesn't actually attract commitment fees, and it doesn't disburse just by that. We've actually we want to try out to see, we have a line of credit that is available in case a disaster happens, but it is only triggered for disbursement when the disaster happens. And we also have mechanisms of disbursement that, let's say, maybe in the next if it happens now, the next 6 hours, we have money readily available, or 12 hours to respond, for example, in Bududa. So it's something that we're trying out, and now we even want to blend it with a grant from one of our development partners to cover the costs in terms of interest and then insurance in case there's a provision for insurance. So that government only pays back the amount that it invested that was from the loan. So it's something that actually has never been tried in the whole world. So we are trying to initiate it. Then we are also developing a national financing vehicle. You know, we don't have a fund specifically that is active for climate change. And so we, as a Ministry of Finance, we are trying to see how best to be innovative in terms of setting up a climate financing vehicle. Other countries are actually using this. I'll explain more on this. Then on the disaster risk financing strategy, you know, we have been managing disasters in the past. Some of them actually have been climate related, most of them. And then these disasters are actually increasing annually, if you look at the figures. Now, we've been using our contingency fund to finance these disasters, but of recent, we have a requirement that 0.5% of the previous year's budget should be input in the contingency fund to act as a buffer for disasters that are going to happen in this financial year. but obviously we haven't been meeting that level of financing. So we want to be more innovative in seeing how can we use other instruments to maybe complement the contingency fund. But then also specifically for the contingency fund, we want to also make sure that the contingency fund is more efficient. So we want to see the operations of the contingency fund. How do we improve them? So we are looking at issues like insurance, using insurance to actually manage disasters. We know we have had the agriculture insurance scheme, but then we also looking at, government has assets. So instead of losing all the assets, we actually want to insure them to make sure that if a disaster happens, we can actually recoup them without government going into debt distress or something like that. We have examples like bridges, that Ginger Bridge needs to be insured. We have the different other assets that government has that we need. Now, we also are looking at bonds that are catastrophe in nature. So they're called catastrophe bonds. So these are bonds that are issued and they are actually targeting disasters when they happen. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. We are actually going to have a mission here in the coming months to finalize this. Other areas that we're looking at, as I said, carbon markets, which were launched last week. We also working with NPA on the national just transition framework. Then we're also looking being a part of the national financial inclusion strategy led by Bank of Uganda, and then disaster preparedness. Now we have met a lot of challenges in mobilizing financing at the international level. Accessing financing is very lengthy. You can actually take close to 4 years just to access a green climate fund project. So the reviews, you have situations where they give you 200 comments on a proposal. So the review process is so long, there are complex requirements, and then there's a lot of bureaucracy in approvals of these funds. So that's one of the challenges that we've had. Now, the other one is we have also been having challenges in terms of tracking. Sometimes when we have these projects approved and the money starts, you find that the government agencies coming back to the Ministry of Finance or us going back, there's a blockage in terms of now reporting. So, and then this speaks also directly to the evaluation processes that are in the country. So we need to make sure that we have clear engagements in terms of monitoring and evaluation. As the project starts, we should emphasize this because for the GCF, they have a redress mechanism, which is very tight, that if one project is affected by, let's say, an issue, like now our wetlands project in the Ministry of Water has issues, it actually affects the whole portfolio. So you can imagine we have a pipeline of 350 million that is being affected by a $24 million project. And the challenge is that we didn't put in place clear guidelines in terms of reporting back to the NDA, which is the Ministry of Finance, to actually guide better these. So we need to make sure that we improve on this to ensure that we don't lose out in the end. Then we have also participated in a number of financial instrument engagements. Obviously, Africa has a low share when you look at the bonds issuance between 2006 and 2022. Africa only actually issued 20% of the global green bonds issuances. Then we think we can use the National Climate Finance Vehicle to improve on these processes that I've talked about and also attract more financing for climate action. Now, I talked about the National Climate Financing Vehicle. I want to emphasize that this actually is in the offing. It is going to actually be piloted under the RIP program. under the Ministry of Finance. So we are working with a number of sectors and MDAs, Ministry of Water and Environment, PM, NPA, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. It's going to be housed in the Ministry of Finance. It's going to function as a government and multi-donor trust fund for the other financing mechanism that I talked about. But then also, we are also going to use the levies. We want to use the levies from carbon markets to be part of the fund as government contribution on top of the other budget allocations. Then we want to deploy a programmatic approach. You know, these days, if you want to have impact, then you have to have a programmatic approach. It should be a program, and then everyone has to fit within that. So we have, for example, currently a program that is targeting locally led adaptation at the district level. So there's a program called Local. We have another one called Life AR that are targeting how do districts become more responsive? How do they plan? How do they include climate action in their processes? So we want to have, and the number of partners are interested. So we want to guide at least a bare minimum on how do we report, how do we assess, how do we make sure that selection of actions is done. We should have a catalog that everyone should be following, and then also making sure that it's like a basket. We can actually see where the financing is going. Then we also want to use it as an innovative to leverage also private sector, and then also build a number of things. So I also want to talk about what are the indicators that we should be following when assessing climate finance in Uganda. Now, I've identified some, but obviously there are a number of others. So, for example, we should look out for emission reduction and resilience. As I said, we have to meet our NDC target of reducing our emissions by 24.7%. So we can use elements like acreage of maybe tree plantations. We can look at other important aspects that can really guide our discussion in terms of how do we evaluate and assess climate. And then we could also look at how do we reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from either, for example, the energy and transport sector. Then we can use indicators like livelihood and resilience outcomes. We can say, okay, if we invested in this area, how can use information on increase in household incomes due to climate change resilience practices in that area, and then communities that can, for example, access early warning systems before the disasters happen. Then institutional and policy alignments, how many districts, for example, under the Climate Change Act, every district is supposed to develop district climate action plans. So we can use that as an indicator, integration of climate priorities in the district climate change development plans, and then also the number of strategies that we've been using that are aligned to the National Climate Change Policy and the NDC. Then capacity building and knowledge transfer. We need to see how many people have been trained in climate adaptation techniques, uptake of climate technologies at the different localities where these actions have been undertaken. And then participation, stakeholder participation and oversight. Are we deliberate about which stakeholders to engage as a civil society, and what is the level of oversight of the different stakeholders? Then lastly, I wanted to give you a case study in terms of evaluation in Uganda. So there's a project called Uganda Red Plus Readiness Project. So here, Red Plus, Uganda received climate finance from the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, which is financed by the EU and a number of other World Bank and a number of other partners to prepare for reduced reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, that is REDD+. So when they did the evaluation, the midterm review showed that there's a strong linkage between deforestation and shoring of land tenure. So the evaluation revealed also gaps in stakeholder engagement, especially in the indigenous and forest-dependent communities. So we have a number of indigenous communities. So what was the outcome? Because of this evaluation, the policy influence was that we needed to prioritize customary land tenure system reforms to make sure that we reduce on those issues that we identified in the communities. We also identified that we need to strengthen community forest management policies because some of these affect, like for example, what I've talked about, the indigenous communities. Then it was also noted that in the strategy that was formed in the Uganda National REDD+ strategy that was developed in 2017, we integrated gender and social safeguard in all REDD+ activities. So this evaluation significantly influenced both land use policy and forest governance reforms. So as I conclude, I would want to say that it is really very important to look at aspects of evaluation because all those strategies that we've done basically are going to be evaluated in terms of performance annually. Now, those levels of outcomes and the information that we get will also, in tandem, affect the policy changes that are going to happen. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mugagga, for that very, very insightful discussion on climate financing. And we as evaluators are very pleased to have you. From your presentation, it is very important, like you've mentioned, for us to be more innovative in terms of how we adapt to climate change, given that a lot of things are going on and there's a lot of global reduction in terms of financing. So we as a continent, as Africa, as Uganda, we need to keep that in mind. But we're happy with the fact that your discussion also hints on inclusion. We've seen aspects of involving the private sector in terms of financing the green projects. So this is something that when looking at evaluation, we also assess what the impact has been in terms of the private sector, what role have they played. But we also were happy to note that there's a lot of discussion around budget tagging, because at the end of the day, when one is doing an evaluation, they want to know how much went into an action that led to environment, maybe adaptation or mitigation. So it is critical to know how much one is investing in terms of adaptation and mitigation. But also we noted that there's a fund, that disaster relief fund. We've seen a lot of disasters across Africa, which affect livelihoods. So the design, we hope you can go ahead with this facility and get funds for it. We're happy that you've mentioned something on indicators when we are assessing climate financing. So fellow evaluators, I think you've noted the key indicators which can help us in terms of evaluating how far an intervention has come and its impact on the livelihoods of the communities. So on that note, I would want to thank you so much. And in case there are any two burning questions from the audience, please raise your hand or put it in the chat before Mr. Mugagga hands over to the next presenter. Thank you. Any questions or comments? They're very welcome at this moment.
As the audience is coming in, Eugene here.
Okay.
Just to remind the audience that we shall have a compound plenary session where Mr. Mugagga, Dr. Josephine, Miss Joanne, and Mr. Kizza are going to be in together with the whole set of moderators and facilitators so that we can actually have a reflection session on what we've talked about today on these very three important topical areas. So don't go away, hang in, and we see how we can push this.
Chair, can I requested that I actually have another 2 meetings, so I might not be available for the question and answer. So I request that if there are any questions, I can answer them right now, and then I'll drop off. Thank you.
That is noted, sir.
Okay, there's a question coming in, Mr. Mugagga. Someone is asking, can you speak more about all the key indicators shared?
Yeah. Any other question?
Not for now. Walter is saying thank you, Mr. Mugagga, for the presentation. Yes, there's a question also from Mr. Matthew Lubuulwa, whose priorities are being financed and whose tools are we using in evaluation of climate financing?
Then we have a hand
another
from,
question.
we have a hand.
Noelin, there's another question in the Q&A.
Yes, please. Doreen is saying kindly, can you kindly share the presentation?
Yes, I'm going to share that one. I'm going to share it just after. Sorry, I was supposed to share it.
There's a question in the Q&A. Walter is asking, he wishes to know where he can access free tree seedlings under climate financing for planting in Nebi. And also another question, how can we harness the key strategies and framework you have mentioned across African countries that similar climatic problems or challenges for friendly synergy? Colleagues, let us use the Q&A for the questions and leave the chat for introductions. Thank you.
Nolan, we have two hands up from Mr. Timothy and Mr. Ephraim.
Okay, can we take those and then let him respond to the set of questions that have been raised? Then we can have another set.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yes.
Sure thing.
Yes, Vice President, you're very welcome. Can we have your question?
Thank you, and thanks to the presenter for an elaborate presentation. Question number one. Despite all these efforts and the increased investment in financing climate support programs, we are seeing a very severe deterioration in the climate, and the indicators are there. I think the previous presenters, including the former Vice President, highlighted. So my question is, are there mechanisms in the Ministry of Finance to demand that projects and government interventions funded through these financing options actually undertake as a mandate, as a requirement, evaluations to inform the design of these projects? Because this is what we require. We think that conducting proper evaluations, both starting from baseline studies to midterm evaluations and other process and formative evaluations, would help generate the evidence to make these interventions more efficient and more effective in terms of meeting the outcomes. That's number one. Then number two is a comment. During the presentation, he said there were challenges with the reporting after these finances have been operationalized. And the information I want to give is that in the Office of the Prime Minister, we have worked with NPA, and we are rolling out an NDP M&E system, which is going to be used by all NDP programs to report on a set of indicators derived from the PAPs. So the information is just that maybe as part of the, again, requirements from the Minister of Finance, that the implementers of these interventions and programs take interest in this M&E system, so that going forward in the NDP4, we can be assured of regular and strict reporting on the implementation of these programs, and particularly on the targets based on the indicators derived from the PAPs. I submit.
Thank you, Vice President. Over to you, Mr. Mugagga, to speak on the questions raised. There was one on indicators shared. Could you speak more on the indicators that you shared?
Thank you so much. No, I was just giving examples of what should be the key indicators when assessing climate finance in Uganda. And then I linked, so the first starting point is the targets that we've undertaken. We have said we want to reduce emissions by 24.7%. So in terms of the indicator, we should be looking at emission reductions and the level of resilience on the adaptation side. And basically, for like emission reduction, you would be looking at actions that are reducing emissions. For example, number of hectares under maybe climate smart agriculture, maybe looking at how much in terms of reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the different sectors. Then, for example, the resilience, livelihood and resilience outcomes would be looking at income, household income growth due to maybe climate resilient projects in an area. And that basically speaks to using some of the indicators under WBOS to actually assess the impact of climate financing. So if you had a project in a locality, you'd look at the baseline in terms of income, and then what is the growth after we have actually given them interventions that are helping them adapt to the climate change. Then on the institutional and policy alignment, we could actually assess integration of maybe climate priorities in district action plans or district development plans as an indicator to show the impact of climate financing at the district level. Then at the national level, I talked about alignment, so level of alignment of maybe our different strategies that we're developing in line with the NDC, in line with the National Climate Change Act. So that would be like the institutional and policy alignment. And then maybe, for example, the Minister of Finance, you could assess it in terms of on the side of mobilization of climate finance on when before, I've shown you the trends, before the climate finance unit was set up. So that is the institutional setup. And then after, has the setup of the unit helped increase on the mobilization? So those are some of the things you would be looking at. Then I talked about capacity building and this basically a knowledge transfer. You would look at how many people have been either trained in climate adaptation techniques. For example, I talked about climate budget tagging. Now, climate budget tagging would assess how many people, or at district level, national level, the planners, how many planners have been maybe trained in climate budget tagging and the district level climate budget tagging trainings. Then also for the implementation side, knowledge transfer, we would look at uptake of climate technologies, for example, EPCs electric pressure cooker uptake in a locality where you have basically introduced this technology, or use of pellets, or use of briquettes. Yeah, so all those would be indicators. Then lastly, I talked about at a national level and maybe at a higher level, stakeholder engagement and participation and oversight. How many stakeholders have you engaged to be part of the climate change and climate finance agenda? Which different segments, private sector, have you? Maybe the other one would be civil society. And then what is the level of oversight? For example, parliamentarians. Now you're talking about evaluators. The body of evaluators, has it been engaged in terms of helping on the oversight? So that is, I hope that has addressed the question. There was a question on whose priorities are we using and which tools? So the priorities in terms of for climate financing have been highlighted in the NDC. So the NDC, we have priorities, priority actions to undertake at the mitigation side, and then on the adaptation side. So those are the priorities. So our NDC is like the Bible in terms of priorities. Now, for assessment, which tools? There are a number of tools that we can use. I've talked about the climate budget tagging. I've talked about the tools that have been developed, maybe like under OPM that they are talking about, the evaluations that are going to happen. Actually, the OPM system is, I've actually interfaced it under local program, and it's very effective. It does a good assessment of at each of the levels, and I think it is also the same tool that a district use to report. But then we can also develop some other tools that are specific to either mitigation or adaptation that we can take forward. Where can I get free seedlings for planting? I think the best would be NFA. I don't know if NFA is still in. I think it hasn't been. Has it been disbanded? But if it's not there, then Ministry of Water and Environment, I think the Forest Department would give you a good indication of where you can get these free seedlings. How can we strengthen policy? I think there are a number of ways, but we have seen that the most effective way is learning from each other. You know, these country platform or regional platforms are very important. Uganda started something called the East Africa Climate Finance Directors Meeting. It's a technical level platform where 8 countries come together at technical level to understand how do they improve their policy, how do they improve the institutional setup to actually mobilize more resources. And I think it has worked. And it's one of the things that we should be looking at to strengthen policies in Africa. And then, so this can actually, there's also now Uganda is a chair of the coalition of finance ministers in climate change. So this is very important. These are platforms that can be used to strengthen policy in Africa. Then there was a question where the deputy talked severe deterioration, this mechanism to demand that these projects are designed. Okay, so already what the Ministry of Finance is doing, you know, in the PIMS process, you know, how the projects come into the budget, you know, that process, the DC. And now we've actually we are trying to look at the guidelines for the DC to improve them, to put actually climate change as some of the indicators that the project should meet before they are approved. But then even what we've done on the institutional level, if you look at the mandate of the Climate Finance Unit, it's not only on mobilization. We're actually going further to look at when the resources are mobilized, how do we facilitate and ensure that the resources are efficiently and effectively allocated and utilized. So that means monitoring and evaluation. And lastly is the institutional setup to make sure that we all actually do the right things, and also to build the capacity of the different stakeholders to mobilize the resources. I think that's it. The other one was just information on the M&E, OPM, NDP M&E system. Thank you so much. I hope I don't know if there are no more questions. I beg to leave. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mugagga, for having time to be with us and for the very, very insightful presentation. In case of any other questions, I will pass them over to you, sir, and we hope we can give them back to
Okay.
the evaluators on the platform. So thank you for your time. We wish you well and have a good day. Back to you, Anne. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nolin, and thank you to Mr. Mugagga Denis for such an elaborate discussion on climate finance. I don't want to dilute what he has said. I'm at peace with everything he has shared and so much learning for me to do from here. I want to take us into the next presentation. Our next presentation is coming from Miss Joan Mafango. Joan is an M&E specialist with experience in project design, implementation, and impact evaluation across various sectors: health, agriculture, education, gender, name it. Joan has worked with organizations including the ZCCP under the USAID Stop GBV Now project. She has worked with Special Hope Network and the Zambia German Agriculture Knowledge Training Center, where she has led data-driven initiatives to support evidence-based programming. She is passionate about equity, inclusive education, and leveraging data for strategic decision-making, and also pursuing a master's degree in gender studies. Joan, you're welcome. Let's hear from you. Joan, kindly unmute.
Thank you so much for this platform. I was actually failing to unmute my mic. Thank you so much. I feel honored to actually be on this platform and mingling with people of high caliber actually humbles me a lot. Thank you so much. So I'm not sure if Eugene can help me screen share my presentation. Hello, Eugene?
I think it's in order. Eugene, if you can, please help Joan share her presentation and then she can enable her camera. Joan, if it is well with you, please enable your camera. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to enable my camera. Is it okay if I proceed without enabling my camera?
Yeah, sure, you can go on.
All right, thank you. So we're going to be looking at inclusiveness in gender equity in evaluation. So mostly when we look at evaluation, we just think of it as just taking down numbers, having to do our evaluation without really recognizing certain aspects that help us in having our numbers and our communities included in whatever it is that we're doing. It could be a project, it could be a program that we're trying to do, or an organization that we're trying to establish. But are we really looking at the bigger picture? Are we just looking at the numbers? Are we just looking at the feedback that we're going to get afterwards? Or we're looking at the whole aspect in general? So may I have the next slide, the second slide, the introduction, please? So when we look at gender inclusiveness, you'll find that it just doesn't border on aspect to do with gender itself, but it looks at the climate. It looks at the sustainable goals that we have. So we look at it from both the local and the global aspect. So as we're looking at it from the global aspect, what are we looking at really? What is gender inclusiveness? What is gender equity? So we look at it as an essential pillar of building sustainable, just, peace and climate resilient future. So when we're looking at each intervention that we do or a program that we do, we have to make sure that this actually borders on all these aspects. Is it offering climatic resistance future? Is it offering peace to the community as well as the world at large? Is it giving equal opportunities to everyone, including male, women, and people of various diversity? Is it building our communities? Is it uniting them? So we look at all these aspects, and then when we border them down to, when we border them to the global aspect, we look at the SDGs, which we can, in this case, we're going to focus on gender equality, which is the 5th one. We're going to focus on the 10th SDG, which is reducing inequalities, and climate action, the 13th, and as well as peace, justice, and strong institutes. So these ones, when we look at the 4 SDGs I've mentioned, we see that they try to foster relevant insights. They also try to build power sharing amongst marginalized communities and drive meaningful change, because it doesn't really be inclusive if we just consider the other aspect of development and overlook the marginalized communities. So when we're looking at this in terms of the African context, we start to see that what are we really including when we're doing our evaluation? Are we including the people with disabilities, the age differences? Are we including ethics? Are we including geographical differences? All those things have to speak to what we're trying to achieve. And as we're trying to implement all this, is it relevant? Is it ethical? Is it transformative? We have to include all those things in order for us to achieve a common goal with various groups. And then I'm sure you would be wondering, what's the linkage between climate? Sorry, Mia. Oh, thank you. Thank you for changing the slide. Yes. So when we look at the African context, there is a very huge difference when we look at the global and the African context, especially in terms of places that let me say the Western culture. So you find that we are different from those people because our society is merely patrilineal compared to those people. So in most cases, you find that our society tends to compromise on so many things and involve less people. So you find that as we're trying to do our inclusion, are we including the females? Are we including the children? Because in most cases, especially in patriarchal societies, women might not be included in decision making. They might not be given a voice or in terms of things that pertain climate change, things that pertain big decision making in terms of politics. All those things they might not really find a woman in her places of decision making. So as we are trying to be sensitive evaluators, we need to include all these aspects. Are women included? Are children included? And I would give an example of in Kenya. When we go to Kenya, we realize that their climate resilient programs have actually included a gender lens in them. They've included women. There's a water program that has been set and committees have been created. So those committees that have been created, at first they were overlooking women, but now they've included women in their programs in order for them to have a gender lens, to have a different view. And they're having courts that actually include and show the importance of everyone coming on board. And then I'll give another example of South Sudan. When we look at South Sudan, we have peace building initiatives that have included girls and women. We have these initiatives that basically speak to community-based evaluation, women articulation programs, and counseling for those women that have been through trauma during their war. And this has shifted the program to seeing that even women can play a part, even children can play a part in sustainable development. Yeah, and then we can also look at another example of Mozambique, where we have females who were excluded because there are certain households that were led by females, and they were excluded in terms of funds allocation when there was that cyclone. But now with the coming in of donors and other funders, these people have been included, and there's gender inclusion in all these, and even their reports show that these women are being included. So when we look at the challenges that our African society faces, we see that because of our patrilineal norms, women are usually limited. They don't have a voice in decision making. But with all these inclusions, we're trying to say, can a woman also speak? Can a woman also stand and have a platform just like everyone else? Because we regard this as an equal opportunity. So because we're looking at the sustainable goals and we're looking at equity, gender equity, we're also trying to say, can a woman also speak? Can a woman have a platform? What are they really saying? And we're also including local leaders, traditional leaders, chiefs, elders, and incorporating the inclusion in their cultures. Can we also have female chiefs? Can we also have female head persons? So instead of headmen, we're going to call them head persons. So we're having all those things because when we look at our society is highly engraved in patrilineal norms. So if we try to change all those aspects and put an inclusion where women, children, and the marginalized groups are included, we see that our society is achieving a certain goal that we haven't achieved in the past. Yes. Next slide, please. Thank you. So most of us would be wondering, what is the linkage really between climate finance, peace building, and inclusion? So we see that the linkage here is that sorry, just a minute. So we see that the linkage here is that we cannot have the other without the other, because if we need change. If we want to see a place that is well established, well coordinated, we need to have all these things put in place. Because if we leave out the women, already that's not peace that we're creating. If we leave out the men, that's not peace that we're creating. So women play a very big role, and so do the men, because the women, in terms of sustainable climate change or sustainable climate issues, they play a bigger role because they're the ones that fetch the water and do all the domestic works. So they need to be included in these aspects of climate change, climate sustainability, because when they're included, they're able to give us more insight of what happens. We're able to teach them how to use their resources sustainably. And in terms of peacekeeping, you'll find that in most cases, the women are the ones that spearhead peace, equity, and all these things in homes, in the community. And if their voices are heard, we'll be able to really see what we have been missing in the past. So the questions that usually come when we're evaluating is, who benefits from climate finance? Then we'll know what to do and how to include each and every marginalized group, including that includes the youths, the women, the children, the men. Everyone is included. And then who is included? excluded in the peace processes. Who really is excluded? When we look at in the future, we see that men are the ones that used to go to war, and women would remain nursing and taking care of the homes and the injured people. But now we see that our society is including women as soldiers, and we find that in most peacekeeping places, we find that women are also in the forefront, trying to maintain peace, trying to include others as well to have peace. And when a woman speaks, in most cases, other women feel understood. So they've been included in order to just show that caring aspect. Yeah. May I have the next slide, please? So like I'll continue, I can continue by also giving another example of Mozambique. So when we look at Mozambique, there've been aspects where, like I said earlier, where women do all the domestic works. So they're the ones that tilt the land in most cases. They're the ones that take care of homes. They're the ones that do the draw water, fetch water from the streams, the dams, etc. So you find that these women, because they don't have the knowledge to take care of those resources sustainably, they'll end up misusing them. They'll end up practicing agriculture methods that do not really sustain the environment for the future. So when they are included in these evaluations and they are taught and trained on how best they have to sustain their environment, we see that there's been a development in their country, development in terms of their crop yield, development in terms of how they take care of their water. So you hear that even when you're having local engagements, you have to be inclusive in that whatever evaluation tool that you use should speak to the community. You're not going to use an evaluation tool that speaks to the Western culture and use it in an African context. So for instance, if you would notice that in Mozambique, their challenge is most women are not empowered. Most women are not very educated. So you need to engage them in their local language and let them express themselves locally. And then you'll be able to understand and they'll be able to understand you. But if you use contexts that do not apply to them, it becomes a challenge for them to actually participate inclusively. So we have sometimes where you can actually bring a platform where these women tell their stories, have a conversation where they tell their stories, tell you their challenges, tell you their successes. And as such, you're able to develop a tool that is going to cut across all marginalized groups, that is going to cut across everyone in that community without being biased. Next slide, please. Yes, so this is the same thing that I was explaining. So when we look at gender responsive evaluation, especially in traditional communities, like I said earlier, we need things that actually speak to the community, culture tools that are adaptive to the community, gender sensitive, because in certain communities there are certain things that you can do and cannot do. So you also have to have respect to that community. Yes, in as much as we are promoting inclusiveness, we should also be alert with the norms, the cultural differences in that community. Not everything goes in that community. So we have to put that into consideration as we are being inclusive. Yeah. So like I think I've explained this slide as well. Please, let's go to the next slide. So when we're designing our cultural approachive inclusive indicators, we have to avoid externalized impositions. So for instance, if I am working for a certain organization and I have a community that is patrilineal, I shouldn't go there and bring in my own ideas without listening to theirs. So I should be able to work with the community. What defines that community? What makes that community what it is? So if I understand their culture, I'll be able to include them in whatever that I'm doing and involve them fully without them feeling oppressed or excluded. Yeah, and then I can also, in most of these approaches that we do, we need to have a mixed method, which we're including indicators that are quantitative and qualitative. So in this case, we're looking at the numbers of women that are in decision making. How many women are able to make decisions? How many traditional leaders are able to make decisions? How many people are able to actually make a difference in that community? Are the youths heard? Are the youths active? And then we also look at things like with respects to the community, of course. So you can give examples of, for instance, if it's a patrilineal society, in that society, is it that the men are also transforming into including women? Are they accommodating them? And all those things. And then we also look at feedback. Feedback is very important. As we're analyzing our data and refining our indicators over time, we need to include feedback from other people. What do they feel about certain things? What change do they want to see? As we're including this, are they practicing things that are sustainable for the environment, our community? All those things. Next slide, please. Unless there are any questions before I proceed.
Joanne, please proceed. The questions will come at the end.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give an instance of Uganda. So in Uganda, there's been a village-based workshop where everyone is included, and we've identified or included indicators that speak to the community. So we include elders, and these elders are also challenged to include other people, the youths and the women, in these programs. They engage them, they empower them, and they teach them their norms so that they can use those norms to facilitate equality without infringing on their culture. So we can have questions where, apart from the elders that can speak in front, can these elders speak about equality? Can they speak about empowerment? Can they freely speak about inclusion without being biased? In terms of farming, for instance, women that farm, are they allowed to sell those crops independently without the influence of their husbands, without the influence of their brothers, their fathers? Are they able to make their own decisions on how much they want to sell their crops and when they want to sell them? And are women in the village able to attend the meetings, the village meetings with their children? Are they included? Are the children and women included in the village meetings? So when you're designing these monitoring tools, it has to encompass all those things. It has to collaborate with the community health workers, the people who facilitate the laws and the regulations in that community, as well as the women, the children, and the youths. Next slide, please. So the linkage between the local and the global gender inclusiveness and equity is that the global goal is to, like the SDGs that I had explained, is to have to reduce inequality within and among countries, to also take urgent combat climate change and its impact, as well as promote peace and inclusion in societies for sustainable development, as well as gender equality and empowerment of all girls and women. So when we look at these, already they speak to our societies. They speak to our communities. And if we incorporate these SDGs and these SDGs into our local knowledge, we see that they actually help us have a more incorporative environment. They align with whatever frameworks that we're going to do in order for us to achieve a certain common goal. And as we see in Africa, most of our societies don't really differ. The difference is not really so different. We speak different languages, but when we look at every aspect of our society, we find that the similarities are vividly seen in our cultures, in our songs, in our dances, in almost everything that we do. So it's easy for us to incorporate these SDGs into our various cultures and apply them effectively. Another slide, please. So when we're looking at meaningful evaluation, so we tend to, this actually refers to the inclusion in terms of activities, equitable participation for all stakeholder groups. That by stakeholder groups, I mean traditional leaders. If there are donors that are involved in implementing a certain project, a certain program, or an organization, are they included? The interest of the children, the youths, the women, are they included? People with disabilities, are they included? All those things speak to a meaningful evaluation. You can't have a meaningful evaluation if certain aspects are not included. So we also look at the history of that area. Has it been looked into? Has it been included? So the key aspects or characteristics that we'll look at in this meaningful inclusion is meaningful evaluation is involvement in defined evaluation questions. So the questions that you give have to be meaningful to that community. It has to carry weight. It has to speak to that community. The data that you access and feedback, is it meaningful to that community? Is it speaking of that community? Is it beneficial to that community? So it shouldn't just benefit the donors, it shouldn't just benefit the implementers, but it should be community driven. In most cases, we find that you create an evaluation tool, but that evaluation tool is in English, and then you are going to speak to a community that speaks a certain Bantu language. Or I'll give an instance, you take it to a rural area that speaks a certain local language, and you put it in English. Those people will not be able to understand what you're trying to express fully. So is your language is your tool language sensitive? Is it in local language? Is it portraying their culture? Is it culture appropriate? So we look at all those things. And then we also need to recognize their knowledge as well as the way of life. If you create a tool that does not really speak to those people, to their way of life, they won't be able to understand. For instance, you go to a very rural area that does not even know how to use a tap or how to use a flushing toilet, and then you ask them about such things, they won't be able to understand. But if you use their knowledge in terms of drawing water from a well, from a stream, washing from a stream, and then you ask them questions with relation to that, you'll find that they'll be able to respond and talk about it so freely and openly because they can understand what you're trying to put across. So for better data quality and ownership, you need to include the communities. I'll give an example of Uganda, where rural farmers were being interviewed. A tool that was created was in their local language, and it was easy for the local farmers, the women and the children and the youth, to participate freely and explain what they do in those farms because they felt included. They felt seen, they felt heard, and they were able to own their own data. Thank you. And then, so we can just look at a few recommendations that I've put up, or just for our own reading interests. I've listed a few things that we can do or include as we are practicing our evaluation, as we're creating our tools. So one of them is, sorry, just a minute. Sorry, I got choked. So one of them is integrate African knowledge system. So whenever we are making our tools for evaluation, we need to integrate the community that we're looking at and design it, like I've explained earlier, design it in such a way that it collaborates with everything, the traditional leaders, the marginalized groups, and everyone in that society. Yeah. And then I think most of these things I've explained in my previous slides. Yeah, so maybe I just give a summary of everything that I've written here. So we invest in CLIF, that's community-led evaluation frameworks. So these ones encourage our communities to lead in these evaluations. So we don't expect us as evaluators or practitioners to actually go and tell the community what we want. Let them speak, let them lead the evaluation, and we design our tools according to the feedback that we get from them. So we also have diversify evaluator terms. So in these tools that we create, let's ensure that gender, age, and ability diversity is included in terms of field staff. Like, for instance, you want to work with a certain community, choose people who are in that community to work with you. Do not only come on board with your own people. Have those people in that area help you because they know their community better than you do. Then use participatory tools. So when we look at the tools that we use, like I explained earlier, they should speak about the community. They should have, you can have photo voices, storytelling. In some organization, we even have success stories where a person is able to tell about, so we can have a pre and post. So we can have where a person talks about their challenges. Later on, after your project, after your evaluation, after your trainings, someone also does a post where they talk about their success story. What have they learned? What have they achieved? How different is their life from how it used to be before? So we have all those things. We can have digital mapping. We can have so many things that can actually speak and create an accurate picture of the society and community you're trying to evaluate. Then support capacity building. As evaluators, we need to train local people. We need to train local people, especially women and youths, to be more involved in whatever work we're doing. So I'll give an instance of ZCCP Kwato. So you'll find that they have projects that border on each and every group of the community. So we have projects that will look into men. How should a man be in the society? And look into a woman, and look into a girl and a boy child. So all those things are there to include each and every person of the community without having them feel left out. So we need to have such things where we build capacity with the community on how best they want to be included. They also come on board and give us all their ideas as well. Yeah. And then we also need to design frameworks that are flexible in terms of culture and context. So as we are designing these tools, we shouldn't be rigid. We shouldn't just think of the tool as the way it is. It doesn't have to change. Our tool must change according to the context and the society. And as we're getting feedback, we should be able to adjust. Okay, I have been given this feedback. What do I do with it? Do I just trash it? Do I include it in my tool? So our tools shouldn't be fixed. It should be adjustable according to the feedback that we get, according to the context in that community. Next slide, please. So just to close up, in most cases with evaluation and everything, the linkage is very broad, and we can never overlook the fact or overemphasize the fact that all these need each other in order for us to have a proper evaluation. All these are intertwined. The climate is intertwined to equality and equity. The climate is also intertwined to peace building. And all these actually make a very successful evaluation. And if one is left out, it only means that if one is left out, it only means that we might not attain or achieve the desired goal that we hope to achieve. And if we only include a certain group to our evaluation, you see that most of the answers, or rather the feedback that we'll get, will not be accurate. It calls for action, in short. It calls for us to all be on board. It calls for us to realize that sustainable development, climate resilient, and peace in Africa all depend on these things. They all depend in a centered inclusion and gender equity. By this, I mean the community should be able to give feedback. Our leaders should also be able to be on board. We design things that are cultural grounded, transformative indicators. All those things have to matter. The voices have to be heard. So as evaluators, I would encourage that everyone is included. We build capacity. We also look, sometimes it's even important for us to even look at the past colonial experience that country and culture has had in order for us to have a successful evaluation tool. I submit unless I have any other questions.
Thank you so much, Joan, for such a great presentation. I have 2 or 3 questions that I want to raise, and then we'll all together. Question 1 is, in your perspective, what strategies have proven effective in ensuring gender transformative evaluation in the African context, and why? My second question is, how can we decolonize evaluation methodologies to make them more inclusive? Yeah, and this comes in regards to moving away from the conventional methods of evaluation to the participatory methods. And then my third question would be, what are some common pitfalls in evaluating gender equity that we as practitioners should avoid? That is it from my end. If we have any questions from the participants, please raise them in the Q&A. Okay, someone asked, is it possible to co-create evaluation questions with the community? Have they a background for this technical work? Yeah, that is the only question from the Q&A. So maybe you can respond to those 4. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, the first question was?
The first question was, what strategies have proven effective in ensuring gender transformative evaluation in the African context? John, did you get that?
No, please come again. I think I
Okay.
lost you.
Okay. The first question was, what strategies have proven effective in ensuring gender transformative evaluation in the African context? Did you get me?
Yes, I did. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to analyze this.
Okay, great.
Okay, so when we look at our African context, there are so many strategies that have worked in gender inclusion. So one of them would be the practice of local language. When the people feel you are part of them, they easily open up. It's easy for someone to interact with someone who they feel understands them. Or even, I'll give an instance, you are in a certain community and you're using English. Already you are trying to make yourself superior. Like the community will regard you as someone who's superior. So the use of local language and just behaving locally will help people actually come out. Yeah, and sorry, just a minute. So one of them would be even just developing tools that actually speak to that community. If you have an evaluation tool that does not build trust, that does not increase relevance, and that does not ensure local ownership, it becomes a challenge for those people to actually participate. So as we develop participatory M&E tools, they should be more participatory and approachive to that community. And I feel another thing is engaging their local and religious leaders, because these people, when they see their local leaders talking about the same thing that you evaluators or us evaluators are talking about, they feel comfortable. It's easy for them to have to be influenced into believing whatever you're saying or participating in that area. And then we also see cases of building responsive budgets and policies that will make sure that each budget, or rather gender analysis that you have made, should have a budget that includes the entire community, not only males, not only females, not only children, not only youths, but everyone in that community. It should cater for all people in that community. Yeah, and what else would I say would work? Like I said earlier, they should be community driven. There should be community driven frameworks that speak to that community, that shift the power from the person implementing to the community that is supposed to be implemented upon. Should reflect the community as the people accountable for whatever that you are implementing. They should be the ones spearheading that implementation. Yeah. And the data should not be biased. People with disabilities, different age groups, geographical differences should all be included as you are having your data. So participatory methods of evaluation is one of the key that we can use in strategic M&E. Sorry, strategic evaluation. Remember, I'm an M&D person, so everything has to encompass everything. Yeah. So as we send out our data, as we try to include the community, we should all remember that all these people need to feel involved. They need to own the project. It needs to drive the community and not the other way around. Yeah. And even just technical inclusion, we need to also include technology in these things. We should have digital surveys, radio engagements. We should have mobile phones that these people are able to use in order for them to participate fully. Because yes, in as much as we could be maybe going in rural areas, there are people who are able to use these tools. And if we include both those people that can use the tools that we're using and understand them, so that even when we're not there, they're able to fill in the blanks using the items that we've given them. Sorry, yeah, using the items that we've been given to them. I don't know if I've answered that question. And I would also include just building capacity and mentorship. It also helps training the local people, the women, the marginalized groups in evaluation methods and leadership also helps, because these people will now become accountable for each and everything that we collect from them, like the data that we collect from them. They become accountable. And as we build capacity in the long run, they start leading those same projects that we are leading. So I'm not sure if I've fully answered the question. Hello?
Yes, Joan. Yes, Joan, you have answered the question. And I want to request that maybe just keep the rest of the questions for being answered during the plenary. If that is okay with you.
That's okay. Thank you.
As you actually take more time and reflect on them, I am going to share them with you. But the rest of the participants, if you have questions for Ms. Joan, please put them in the Q&A, and these will be responded to during the compound plenary. Thank you so much, Joan, once again, for such a great presentation on inclusion and gender equity in evaluation. Joan is coming all the way from Zambia. Joan, thank you for more of these sessions. To usher us into the next session on evaluating peace initiatives to Matthew Lubuulwa to moderate this.
Well, thank you so much, Anna Elsie, for allowing me time. And ladies and gentlemen, we are still within time, because at least we've gotten two of the panelists responding to the questions, but they will be available to us during the panel. I want to introduce Mr. Nicholas Kizza. Mr. Nicholas Kizza is our next presenter, and Nicholas is currently the acting head of planning at Uganda Management Institute, and he's also a member, sits on the board of the Uganda Evaluation Association. He's going to run us through the peace building component of this. You remember we had three areas. One was on climate financing, the other one was on inclusion, and then the last is peace building. And after the peace building, then we shall go into the panel session, where we shall receive all your questions. And those who still have questions on either climate financing, I know Mr. Mugagga left, we shall ask him to respond to them, so you can still give them to us. And then those who still have Joan's questions, she's available and she'll be responding to them during the panel. And then the questions that are going to come out of the presentation from Nicholas Kizza, you can put them in the question and answer. But we shall also allow some of you to raise your hands and then you ask the questions. But it's better you send them in advance so that people can respond to them fully. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Nicholas Kizza to make his presentation. I was taking part of the time so that he can share. Nicholas, if you're able, you can start sharing your screen for that presentation. Mr. Kizza.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. Let me share shortly. So, a very good afternoon. I hope I'm being heard. I just want to confirm.
Yeah, Nicholas, we can hear you, but you're a little bit far from the microphone. I don't know if you can make it, can go closer to it.
Okay. Even there?
I think you can roll.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for the kind introduction of Nicholas. I am Nicholas and I'm responsible for the planning, monitoring and evaluation department at UMI, but also I'm a member of the executive committee for the Uganda Evaluation Association. I want to thank you for the opportunity you've given to me to share peace building around Africa, the scenarios we shall discuss, as well as other matters which may come through in the period.
Nicholas, your volume is low. If you don't mind, are you able to increase your volume on your gadget? If you can make it maximum, because the volume is quite low.
Is that fine?
Yeah, this is better.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. I'm having a presentation on peace building, evaluating peace building initiatives within Africa, and I have a small introduction which highlights what peace building is, and this mainly focuses on the assessments regarding effectiveness of interventions within while creating sustainable peace. And this moves across Africa and also the world at large. And why do we consider peace building? I'll share more in my next slide, but maybe for emphasis of this slide, peace building brings up reconciliation and healing. We all know that peace drives thinking, peace drives innovation, peace drives community development, as well as transformation. So we need this in reconciliation of issues which may be pertaining a certain region or within our simple household, conflict resolution and transformation, the strengthening of civil society within the member countries across Africa, social inclusion. Social inclusion brings up the differences we have in our tribes, races across all the different countries and what we treasure as our countries. And once we have that peace built, we believe that social inclusion be brought on board. Economic and social empowerment, all these move with the aspirations of peace within our different locations. We now drill into the different initiatives which have been handled across Africa, and I'll share more light on this, sharing 3 scenarios across Africa, how they were brought up, how some things were handled in terms of evaluation, and which lessons were learned across the regions when these evaluations were done. Chair, maybe advise how many minutes I have before I overtalk.
Well, you have about 23 minutes because you should speak up to midday my time. So you have about 23 minutes, but you need to increase on your volume. People are saying they can't hear you very well.
Oh. So I don't know if I'm very clear there. Maybe the microphone.
Yeah, I can still see comments that the volume is still low. I don't know what you can do to adjust it upwards. If not, then you move closer to the gadget. Okay, some people are saying you are audible. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. And, yeah, that is better.
So thank you very much for that. I'm bringing up 3 scenarios, and these are in different parts of Africa. For example, in in West Africa, specifically Nigeria, we note that there are different traditions within the country. There are different tribes within the country, and specifically in the southwestern Nigeria, there is a tribe, a community called the Ebi in Yoruba. I may not have the right pronunciation, but it is that for those who come from Nigeria. We note that this community, the traditions and their sources were brought up by different indigenous rules, and regulations. And here, after a certain period of time, this community had a lot of conflict. And it was noted that because it had different tribes within it, all issues regarding peace were not being taken care of. For example, this came through inheritance of authority, the threatening of livelihood by the different family members, and the issue of the issue of intermarriages. Excuse me, I don't know what I'm talking. Intermarriages within this area. And we all appreciate that peace doesn't start from the upward, it starts from the grassroots. So this, after a certain time, the UN intervened, and in 2005, the UN brought up a peacebuilding commission within that, and this brought up a peacebuilding support office. And later, in 2006, a peacebuilding fund was introduced within that. And this came up to support these communities to gain peace to appreciate their different differences, and also to develop unity within them to support the economic transformation within the country. And an evaluation was done within the UN offices, and these evaluations appreciated the ethnic cooperation. This talks about how different we are in terms of tribes, community dialoguing, having one-on-one and also sensitization within the different communities, proper consultation. This required more of what actually is required within that, and mediation of differences within them. There was a lot of ego within the community because of the different intermarriages and also having extended families within the area. So when this study was carried out, it was appreciated that this wasn't an astonishing outcome because the UN offices had been there since 2005, but enlisted mediation of differences as one of the most practical strategies of peace building. But the lesson which was learned was that even when these approaches were deployed, the ethnic cooperation, community dialogue, and proper consultation, among others, the virtue of mediation of differences, when they argued that human coexistence is more vulnerable to fear and mistrust. Allow me to expound on this. Even when this was done, even when the approaches of this evaluation were deployed, after them appreciating what the community was full of, coexistence remained vulnerable because members still believed that even when you bring on board all these, they don't take away what they believed in, as well as mistrust. Because the engagements of the different communities members while doing this evaluation, majority wanted to cross over to those who actually were conducting the study, the UN, and others had that fear that these people are taking away our information just for nothing, but not to transform us. The other scenario was in South African region, basically in South Africa, where we remember the apartheid. And this, since then, it has been noted that South Africa has made some strides in advancing itself as a global player and champion of African interests. We all appreciate that South African region, where South Africa is located, has different countries of different cultures. You may find there is Lesotho, there is Mogadishu, Zambia, Zimbabwe. All those regions have different tribes and what they believe in. And because of that, their emphasis was on how to bring peace within them in terms of the geographical security and the urge for humanitarian and also the persons with and political party relationship. This was their drive. And later a study was done by the ANC, which tried to transform the image of South Africa to bring peace within Africa and also South Africa as a country. And this was intended to drive growth, human capacity, and freedom on the continent, and as well as to try to have the issues which the impact of the apartheid at that time. So the lesson which we learned that even when these were done, South Africa received an NGO called Accord, which came to support them in funding different initiatives of peace building within the country and the neighboring countries. Even when these were engaged and also their initiatives were on board, it was noted that some of the countries were not agreeing to them because of the issues around peace building. For example, the DRC, the Congo, the South Sudan, all these were supported by Accord to drive the initiatives of the strategy by South Africa of bringing on board Accord to bridge the issue of peace building within these countries. But as we talk today, these have not fully penetrated Mogadishu and Lesotho because they have a feeling that even when you bring these things on board, they may not drive what their cultures believe in. And lastly, in East Africa, we noticed that there were issues around peace in Rwanda, and this came after disagreement between the tribes within the country, the Tutsi, and since 2003, when a new government was elected, notable developments have been recorded, but much of that being driven by peace building to drive a transformative economy. And Oxfam was one of those NGOs which decided to carry out a study on peace building. They appreciated the issue of community capacity to manage and also mitigate conflicts, community livelihood, multiple benefits for women, and improving local government. We note that when this study was done, the major emphasis was on how they bridge the gap between the tribes and also the people within those tribes, and how the tribes can support to have a linear correlation for the tribes' beliefs and also economic development for the country. And after that, as that being evident, these were appreciated that even when you do that, community livelihood, multiple benefits for women, improving local governance was taken as a key, were taken as key issues rotating around peace building. And this has also been evident in Uganda, most especially northern Uganda, where there were very many organizations which came to support in peace building. And as we talk today, because peace has been there, majority of these organizations have left the region for other countries because their eye was filled by them. So members, also for the case of Uganda as well, you may find that in issues of fighting for peace, Uganda, as we talk today, has one of the very commendable humanitarian policy on refugees. And we have over 120,000 refugees across all the refugee camps in this country. The issue is around managing peace within the country and also the neighboring countries in the region, as well as in Africa at large. So as we all appreciate that, now we need to appreciate the approaches and linkages. The SDG 16 emphasizes peace, justice, and strong institutions. And its goal aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. Here, as we talk today, in majority of these countries, you find that the cultural leaders and the different ethnic groups are working closely with government in a way of bridging a gap between them and also the leadership of the different countries. But the major urge is to promote peace, to promote diversity and also inclusion for everyone during development and transformation of the different regions and societies in our different countries. But even then, this is very much emphasized in the SDG. We also look at the African agenda, which gives us room on how we should contribute towards the one healthy continent. So this aims to achieve a peaceful and secure Africa. That's what the African agenda is made for. And it was developed by different countries to support initiatives of peace and development within our countries and the societies within the different countries. And this being worked on by the different institutions and also by the different countries, all this is to aim at silencing the gun. We all know that every country is coming up to see what is happening in Congo, some parts of Congo, some parts of Somalia. Then some of the governments sending their troops, their soldiers to support certain peace building initiatives within the different countries across Africa. This is in the urge of fulfilling the direction of the African Agenda 2063 of having a peaceful and secure continent called Africa. So as we proceed, the question will be, how do we now evaluate those interventions within such communities which are affected by such peace building issues? After all the studies being done and also some write-ups being written, these are the 6 major initiatives I found very interesting for everyone. One is conflict-sensitive monitoring and evaluation. If a study is within a conflict community, how do we as evaluators go into such communities to have information which is data which is not biased, but also to support sustainability of those programs within those communities. So conflict sensitiveness ensures that we go down to appreciate how and what is happening on ground, as well as what is needed by the communities before engagements are done. The other one is on involvement, active involvement. Today we have seen communities promoting inclusion for women and also men in decision making. And how fast shall we be able to do this? Going into a community which supports all that, as well as which entrenches involvement of all different categories of people within their different communities across the continent. The use of recent technology, as we do in our evaluation. Today there is GIS, but tomorrow there can come another issue which can support these evaluations within the continent. Mixed methods, this has been being promoted, and also the urge of over promoting it in terms of qualitative and quantitative. Yes, you may find that in some area, you may not need same data and some approaches towards evaluation. The lead, that is local economic development transformative approaches, you may find that some countries have different layers of governance. In Uganda, we have the political leadership and also the technical leadership. But some of these are being rotated around to support development and transforming some regions. If someone is got from maybe Kenya or chosen on a recommendation to come and support development of a certain community within Uganda, does that someone appreciate what is happening in that region? And does that someone will be able to deploy the right-led approaches to ensure a transformative society? And lastly, the continuous capacity building. You may find that every day there are new things which come on board. And all these new things can also be appreciated by the urge for continuous capacity building on a different contemporary methods which may come into play. As I conclude, Chair, allow me pose this question: that is peace building solely about ending violence, or does it also encompass creating a just and equitable society? Chair, thank everyone for listening to me. I beg to stop there for now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Kizza, for the wonderful presentation. And at this point is when I have to do the actual introduction of the presenter. I decided to change this a little bit. So Mr. Nicholas Kizza is an economist and is an ISO, that is International Standards Organization Quality Auditor, currently responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation department at the Uganda Management Institute. He's a PhD scholar at the University of Nairobi and is a coordinator of climate change, gender and equity initiative at Uganda Management Institute. He has over 10 years experience in strategic planning, data management, monitoring and evaluation, and he represents the Management Institute on the board of the Uganda Evaluation Association. We are going to go into the question and answer. So please, if you have a question, please write it in the Q&A so that we get it. But I want to give Eugene 3 minutes to give a rejoinder to Nicholas's presentation. So Mr. Miheso Swinaston is one of the organizers of this event, but I want to give him 3 minutes to just give a rejoinder, and then we go into the question and answer session. Eugene, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for that wonderful presentation. Just wanted to add something on top of what Nicholas, I think he mentioned it towards the end, but I would like to just add some more pointers to this, because there are those key aspects and considerations that we need to put into play when we are doing peace building evaluation. Of course, it's a new school of thought that is trying to branch off fragility evaluations. But if we look at this keenly, we need to focus on the aspect of measuring the outcomes, because most of the times, unlike development interventions, peace building often seeks to achieve the so-called intangible outcomes. So we want to look at things like changes in perception, changes in relationships, changes in behavior, and capacities related to conflict and peace. So we need to ensure that our measurement, because our measurement is going to be challenging, it will require us to have that mixed methods that Nicholas actually alluded to. Then there is also an issue about conflict sensitivity. These evaluations, you must be sensitive to those aspects that are actually happening then. If you don't put into account the complexity and the dynamism around the nature of the conflict, you might actually lose the sense of actually what exactly you're actually evaluating. So you will need to be able to look at what were the conflict drivers. And how can we avoid actions that would, what is the right English? Inadvertently worsen the tensions. Yeah, this community is warring with this community, this country is warring with this country. How can we come up with things that do not raise, the emotions of people so that they go back to where they were before? So we need to be able to adapt evaluations approaches to the context. Now, very importantly to this is to differentiate between the contribution of the, how can I put it? The contribution and the attribution. You see, because conflict is very complex. It is very rare for us to, to directly attribute a change or directly attribute a change solely to one intervention. So we need to be in position to focus on assessing the overall journey, the overall contribution of an intervention, and then after the other, so that we are able to recognize how many factors were at play to contribute to that peace building. Then lastly, your theory of change with regard to peace building needs to articulate very good hypothesized causal links that can actually help us resolve this issue. Remember, like I said earlier, developmental interventions most of the time are actually, people are going to see certain kind of change. There is water in the village, there is irrigation machines, there is, things actually are happening, tangible things. These are intangible. You need to really show cause of what exactly ought to be done. And to add some voice, just in 30 seconds, on frameworks and approaches we need to be really aware about the conflict and do very good conflict analysis, and then involve, my colleague Nicholas has already mentioned LED. We need to be able to do a lot of participatory approaches, and then a lot of learning and accountability put into play to ensure that we actually involve the community, the persons, the warring parties into play. And lastly, the indicators we're going to fetch, both quantitative and qualitative indicators, needs to be things that actually will absolve or be able to bring peace at the end of the day. So we need to focus on the contextualization, the sensitivity of the conflict, the participatory aspects, the disaggregation aspects, and also if there are any kind of proxy indicators that can actually come into play. So with that, I would like to, I wanted to add a voice around this area of peace building, so that we build it. Remember, we are looking at these three areas, and we are saying we are looking at evaluation for sustainable future. And one of the aspects is, without peace, we can't even be talking right now. So this is one area that we need to concentrate on and ensure that we can ensure that there's peace that prevails in our communities and in Africa and the world at large. Over to you, Mr. Matthew.
Thank you so much, Eugene. Now, you are better off calling me Matthew than Mr. Matthew.
It is well
Okay,
said.
that is on a lighter note. Okay, let me first have the questions for Nicholas, then we go into the panel. I don't know whether Anna Elsie will be available. If she's not, I'll just run through that. People are asking at what time are we finishing? Before 1 o'clock, we should be done. That is the commitment I have. So Nicholas, getting back to you with the questions. And now Eugene has joined the panelists, so we shall invite him to the panel session to respond to that rejoinder which he has made. And thank you, Eugene, for adding the voice and emphasizing a few things. Yeah, Nicholas, what unique challenges arise when evaluating peace building? That is one of the questions I have, especially in post-conflict regions. What unique challenges arise when evaluating peace building programs in post-conflict regions? That is the first question. The second question is, how can evaluators measure the long-term impact of peace building efforts beyond the immediate outputs? How can evaluators measure the long-term impact of peace building efforts beyond immediate outputs? That is the other question I'm seeing here. Then the third question is, what role does community participation play in effective peace building evaluations? What role does community participation play in effective peace building evaluations? Nicholas, the fourth question, which is for you and for Eugene, this one you will share. How do you deal with difficult people in peace building and conflicts? And they are giving an example of South Sudan. Now I'm adding my other things because I saw the Pope kissing the shoes, but that didn't change much. So the question is how to deal with difficult people, because it looks like they are difficult people in peace initiatives. So those are the questions I have. I'm trying to look in the Q&A. I don't seem to see any question related to this. The questions which I'm seeing there will be for the panel.
There is in the chat. In the chat.
I see increased volume. I see participatory evaluation is one strategy used in community-driven utilization focused evaluation strategy. Can be used too. This was a comment on the presentation before.
Yeah.
There is a so there are no questions.
In the chat, there is one.
Oh, in the chat. Yes. Okay, let me go to the chat. Okay. In the chat, how many questions are there? We have recently transitioned to the outcome harvesting and outcome mapping approach in all the interventions across organizations. Are there any key learnings that others can share? What is the future of evaluation? How will AI affect evaluation practice in Africa? Which is generally a late adopter? I think this is again a genuine. And Nicholas, first attempt to the questions related to peace building. Then we can have the panel run for about 15-20 minutes. Nicholas, your microphone.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I hope I noted all. I may be corrected on number 2. One was on challenges. I just want to confirm.
Yes, unique challenges.
The other one was what long, I just had long impact. I didn't hear the other one, but I think the others I have had a role of community participation, and how do you deal with these crowd people? I think I need to be corrected on number 2 as I start to respond.
Number 2 was how can evaluators measure the long-term impact of peace building efforts beyond immediate outputs? Nicholas, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, and I thank you for these raised concerns. One, about the unique challenges. One of them is attribution versus the contribution. You may find that very many peace outcomes are influenced by very many factors. For instance, one project can be designed specific intervention on peace building. But if it is designed for that community, it cannot be easily isolated. It cannot only be easily reallocated for a different community within a specific area, which finds that it has to engage a number of factors which are very costly in time and also reasoning and thinking. The other issue is now the nonlinear change. We may appreciate that peace is not a straight path. It has setbacks, and it also does have indirect impact. So while that is being done, these are some of the issues which I believe that the challenges affecting this. The other one is on nonlinear change. Like I said, context sensitivity. What I want to bring out here is that Africa is unique and rich in terms of culture. And 2, in terms of power dynamics, how we appreciate history and how we trust the shape outcomes of some of these interventions. For example, every African country, or most of them, it may not be all, have 2 levels of leadership. They have the political leadership that is elected, but also have the cultural leadership, which is also inherited So all the operations of the political leadership are enshrined within the different cultural leadership members within a specific country. So that being the case, it becomes a challenge on how every level appreciates and also absorb some of these issues around peace building. And in the same vein, the issue of power dynamics, the ego, where we find that some of our political leaders have been in power for some good time. So when you try to talk about peace, they will tell you that some of the peace is brought by leadership. But if leadership doesn't stay for a long time, doesn't it create peace? Sorry, doesn't it create or doesn't it harm peace within the different activities and also interventions within the different countries? The last one is, I think that was the last one. Then the other one is, how do we measure long-term impact? I believe that's what I had. And because we have as a challenge, we all appreciate that peace is not a straight path. One is to create trust within the community, trust and reconciliation. We all know that building trust takes some good time, but breaking it doesn't even take a second. So once this is built, this can inform a transformative economy within the different countries of Africa. Social cohesion. While it is not very easy to quantify, but it is something which it can be thought of as a parameter for long-term impact for the peace. The other one is the role of community participation. You know, in quality, we say that quality starts at the gate. All interventions are driven to support development of the different communities, and that starts with peace within the different communities. While that being the case, community, once they engage early enough, they participate in the design when conducting a feasibility for a certain project to be introduced in a certain community. They all start on a good map. That this thing is coming to our community and it is to do this. And majority will participate, more so the different cultures we have. There is no need for someone who's speaking Arabic to go to a certain community where they don't actually appreciate or don't even speak Arabic. So once they're involved early enough, from the design up to implementation, they will support the initiatives of the program, and as well they will participate heavily within that program. The last one is, how do you deal with difficult people? What makes us look out at the different modes of development we all appreciate. If number three, if some communities were not engaged while developing a certain initiative or a program for a specific community, people within it can be not easy and not very receptive to a certain program. But going back to what was asked, how? I think one is to bridge the gap between the lift out people and those who think that they are not lift out by appreciating their interests, even though we are of different races. Once the gap is bridged, one by involvement, proper participation, appreciation of its differences, I think there, to me, I think there you can able deal with the different lift out people, like those who were earlier mentioned. The other one was general, but I request to first stop there to pick more as we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kizza, Nicholas. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give flowers to Nicholas Kizza for the presentation and his co-presenter, Eugene. We give flowers and a hand clap. Again, join me to give flowers to our keynote speaker. By doing this, I'm inviting them now to the panel, and I will allow them to either show their faces or open their videos so that we go into the panel session. Those are flowers for you, Mr. Kizza, and the keynote speaker. Then flowers to Eugene. Eugene, flowers to you. They have actually sent you love. So, Eugene, that love is for you. Flowers to Gloco for making this week what it is. And then to the organizers, we also receive some flowers. And now I'm inviting all of you, the moderators, all of you are part of the panel now. We are transforming into the panel, and you're going to allow a final remark from our keynote speaker from what she's heard. So Dr. Watera, you'll take the microphone, and in a minute, you give us your concluding remarks. Then I'll ask Joan to do the same. And then Nicholas. Now, the moderator for the session, which was where Mr. Mugagga presented, the moderator will receive the questions. She will not answer them. She will forward them to Mr. Mugagga, and you will get responses, unless if we are able to respond to some of them. So Noeline, flowers for you. You are going to receive Mr. Mugagga's questions, and if possible, you'll answer them. If not possible, we shall ask him to answer them. So Noeline, you can open your camera so that you can be seen. And then Anna Elsie, who was our chief moderator today. Anna Elsie is the president of the Young and Emerging Evaluator. And we thank you, UEA, for building this capacity. So Anna Elsie, we also want to see you on the panel of moderators so that we can run this last 20 minutes. So we have 20 minutes, and I'm giving 2 minutes to the keynote speaker, 2 minutes to John, and then 2 minutes to Nicholas Kizza to make his concluding remarks, and 2 minutes to Eugene on his rejoinder. Then we receive the final questions. So let me start with the keynote speaker. Dr. Watera, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was wishing that one of my minutes will go to the floor, because I don't know if we still have pending questions, general ones, since for us we have done talking. But just to use a minute to wrap up what I've captured from the time we started this session. One, if I look at our presentation on climate financing, for me, what stands out is the issue of localization and use of indigenous knowledge. Because we have we have a history as Africans, we come from communities that have faced these kind of challenges in the past and have found ways of, addressing them. And so my concern will be, as evaluators, how can we explore the different forms that our presenter shared and try to zoom in so that communities can embrace the new the resources, but also new ideas on how to step up that local knowledge, polish what they already know, so that at the end of the day, we do things that they can relate with, that easy to mainstream. Like you've heard from the presentation, most of the funding is not our own. We still have some bit of dependence. And if we are to deal with this, then we need to grant in indigenous knowledge and local content on how we are approaching climate change. On the issue of gender and aspects of equity and inclusion, I love this presentation because it has gone to the basics of talking to us of the how. How do we approach this, considering issues of language, issues of culture, and issues of context, and especially the kind of society that we live in, patriarchal society, for example, that don't have voices that much, especially when you're in the communities, for the children and the women and the youth, because the mindset is that the elders are the ones who have all the information and they know it all. So sometimes when we want to engage the communities, we are always looking for the people we call opinion leaders or community leaders. Most of the time, these community leaders are people who have lived their life in a certain way, and so they sometimes don't have the real touch of current realities. And so the voices of the youth and the voices that have been previously been marginalized in development need to come on board. So I really love this. On the issue of peace building, it's good that Eugene talked about lenses, that what lenses do we wear as evaluators when we approach peace building? Because there are times when we look into communities and societies, when you look at northern Uganda, the period that it went through the war, and we came through a reconstruction process and program and said we're dealing with issues of peace building, there are still things that have never been resolved, that as evaluators, we can't just sit back and close our hands and say, okay, this has been done. We clap our hands and move on. We still need to go back to these communities and try to understand issues of how are the former victims of the war being mainstreamed and integrated into community. How are the issues of like land, the unresolved issues we've seen us fighting over land in APA. And some of this, it's because of where we came from. How can we use evidence to carry forward the benefits and the good things that we have received from our peace processes to see that they are sustainable, and the future generations don't go backwards because of how we have handled the current response. So let me stop there. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being part of this session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, our keynote speaker today, Dr. Watera. Joan, your concluding remarks?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and it's been insightful. It's been great having to listen to all the presentations that have taken place. And just to conclude, I would like to remind each and every person in this audience, as well as the panelists, that climate financing, gender inclusiveness, and as well as peace building, you can never separate these goals. They are deeply connected, or rather deeply intertwined pillars of sustainable development, especially in Africa. True progress lies in finance that reaches the grassroots of our culture, of our community, and of our people. Peace that includes all voices, and evaluation that reflects our diversity realities. Together, I feel we can build a just, realistic, and inclusive future that is led by community, informed evidence, sustainable equality, and also not just looking at us as evaluators, but even the community, the leaders, and the people that are there in that community. So when we look at this, especially in gender equity, inclusion and gender equity, we have to not only look at it as a checkbox in evaluation, but also as a foundation for meaningful, just, and lasting impact in our communities, in our society, in the world at large. And whether in climate financing, peace building, or development of our communities and our commitment to this cause, we need to also learn to continue involving our community voices as we create coexistent solutions and long-lasting impacts on whatever we touch in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John, for those concluding remarks. Nicholas made his when he was answering questions, but Eugene, I want you to make the concluding remarks, but also answer the question in the chat, which came, outcome harvesting and outcome mapping approach in all the interventions across the organization. Are there any key learnings that others can share? The question 2 is, what is the future of evaluation? That is question 2. I think there's a third one. How will AI affect evaluation practice in Africa? Now, Eugene, I'm putting you at task to respond to those.
Okay. I'll do a couple, but I'll also be very precise. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming in and being with us throughout this session. I would like to thank each and every speaker, each and every moderator and facilitators. Thank you so much for giving in your time. This is an investment, I believe so, because there are things that if you had not actually come into place to actually interact today with us, probably would have missed something regarding climate financing. And all it takes is only that one bit, and something is woken up inside you. So somebody might have heard something about climate financing, and they have gotten now the motivation to carry on with whatever they're doing around it, or peace building, or even inclusion and gender equity. So I would like to thank every contributor, and importantly, Global Evaluation Initiative, Clear AA, for taking lead on this and ensuring that we can actually showcase what we can have in this moment. I would like to also appreciate the members of the organizing, that is Mr. Matthew Lubuulwa, Miss Nolin, Miss Annette Oleng, Miss Anna, Elsie, for the wonderful job, the time that we put in, the meetings we've had in the evenings regarding this, so that we can actually pull this off. So I really appreciate you all. Coming back to the questions we had, let me just see the question. Outcome harvesting. Okay. We have recently transitioned to the outcome harvesting and outcome mapping, the OH and OM, okay, across the organization. Are there any key learnings that others can share? Yeah, this outcome harvesting and mapping, OH, OM, are very time consuming, okay, and also resource wise, they are really consuming. So from my learning, that is one of the texts you need to have in mind, that you'll have to put in some good amount of time, especially in the initial stages. You coming up or drafting those outcome challenges statements, or even the progress markers, and the facilitation of maybe the workshops or the sessions. They will be very intensive, but after you've now set that ground floor, it will be good to go. There is also something that you need to know about OH and OM, and one of the biggest hurdle is the the mind shift change. Probably your staff, because you're talking about an organization, probably your staff is used to the common tools we have, logical frame, some predefined indicators or activity-based reporting. O&M now needs you to change. You need to shift from that, and you now start looking at how can we recognize this emerging change? How can we now focus on behavioral changes of some of the partners? How can we now look at some of the previous contributions onto this same project? So there will be that mind shift that you need to actually play around with carefully, because some people, you might end up having employee turnover, if not well handled. So I think that capacity building in the due process should be able to support that process. Some other thing, what else about OHOM?
AI.
They're
asking about AI affecting evaluation practice in Africa.
Basically, AI has come and it is here to stay. So we're not gonna. So AI, even as we speak right now, it's already changing the way we even collect data, because right now I can easily get insights just by because a tool like Power BI has a lot of AI built within it. I can load my Excel sheet or data from Kobo or somewhere, and you're able to see insights on an instant. Then you can actually make better narrations by virtue of what has come from your data. Though AI has seen it, it becomes, you need to learn now to own this, but be able to also acknowledge where it has come from as a source. So data collection is definitely going to be, one of the areas that will be affected by AI. But I think it also brings in the issue of complexity and systems thinking, because when you're talking about, I was early in Tanzania this year, and we were learning about participatory systems thinking, where we were looking at how you can involve a whole set. A system is not something that is simple, but if you now involve and bring AI into play, you need to now think about the whole ecosystem around it, the data you're collecting, the people you are going to talk about, and all those things. You need to bring them into play. So these evaluations will definitely, as we delve into AI, will become more complex. And the more complex they become, that means we need to start now thinking from a linear perspective to a non-linear perspective, and look at the interdependencies between all the players in the ecosystem. So I think AI is changing that. Of course, there are ethical issues that are actually coming on board. People copying and pasting and claiming that is their work. Though there is actually a model right now. I think it's a paper that has been written. I think I'll share that article. I don't know how best I'll share, but probably through the media, the WhatsApp and LinkedIn, probably, or even we have some emails here. There is now a model that has come out of determining what should be accepted and what should not be accepted from AI, because there are people who just copy and paste and actually they own the work without acknowledging where that work has come from, and they actually have not put in any work. So if you just get a whole load of data and throw it inside Julius AI, and you tell Julius AI, now analyze for me this data, and then Julius AI does the analysis, and then you copy and paste that report inside your actually final write-up, I think there you're actually really breaking the code. You're not actually adhering to the ethical aspects around reporting and things like that. So there will be this thing that will actually be coming up every day and now and then regarding AI, but it is important that we learn to blend methodologies so that we are able to do part, and also as AI comes into play to support it, because if you refuse to work with AI, you might end up being Nokia. Yeah. So you might be late on the table and you might lose it. Over to you, Mr. You said I call you Matthew. All right, Matthew.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Eugene. And I think there is one question. Someone said the question was not answered. Is it possible to co-create evaluation questions with community? I think he's asking, do they have a background, a technical background to generate such evaluation questions? I know the answer, but let me allow maybe Joan.
Okay, Joan, yes.
Because this was, I think, your question.
Thank you so much. I know and I feel that it's very possible actually, because when we should never overlook the fact that the community holds all the realistic answers that we're looking for. So as we are trying to make our tools, or as we're trying to make our evaluation questions, we need to know that the community must be equally involved. And whatever we create, yes, in most cases, they don't have the technical background, but they're the ones that have the real answers. They're the ones that know and understand their real world, their values and their priorities. So as an evaluator, it's important to incorporate them and structure a tool that encompasses both the modern world and their environments. How do I mean? So in incorporating these communities, one needs to look at the aspect of their livelihood. What kind of life do they live? What is meaningful to them? What are the challenges they are facing? What are their success, or what is the term of success in their content? We are promoting ownership. These people have to feel they own the project. They need to feel that they are trusted. And in whatever you're doing, it's important to build capacity with them, local capacity. Ask them what's relevant. Ask them their culture. Be culture sensitive. Yeah, and in doing so, we are incorporating them into focus groups. We are doing problem solving trees. We are involving them in participatory how can I put it? Participatory tools, like visual tools, where we, for instance, if we're talking about water, we draw rivers, we draw dams, we draw all these things that they're familiar with, and let them tell stories of those things. And as we use them in including them in technical models, and like I had explained earlier, we also go with things like phones, tablets, where they're able to practice and learn from those things, but using their local knowledge. I don't know if I've answered that question.
No, I think you have. You have done justice to that. And I think with that, Noeline, there is a question for Mr. Mugagga. Kindly elaborate on how you mitigate the risks associated with private sector financing of climate, from avoiding issues of taking advantage of the civil population for their profit motive. I think you'll relay that to Mugagga and get back to Orange Michael for an answer. And with that, I think I don't see any hand. Nuhu Mutebi, your hand was up. Has your question been addressed? Eugene, I think he lowered his hand. I think, Eugene, now you can go into the conclusion. We have about 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's done.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd already finished my bit, and I think I'll allow me to first recognize Anna Elsie. She's not here with us. She had to get out, but she was our main facilitator for this whole session, and I would like to really appreciate her. She's currently the Young and Emerging Evaluators President, and we are really grateful that she took on this. There were supposed to be two of them with Baraka Mfilinge from Tanzania, but Baraka has been in Singapore, and he will not have, he wanted to join us, but he's still probably in commute aspect. So I would like to also really appreciate once again the different countries that have been represented in this: Zimbabwe, Zambia, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Uganda. I think that is the majority. I saw Ethiopia. I saw Tewelde or somebody. Yes. I don't know if I've missed. If I've missed, you can just,
Yeah, there was Rwanda.
Rwanda was in the house. Okay. South Sudan,
South Sudan,
okay. DRC. Oh,
Yeah.
how did I miss that? Yeah. So it was really a pleasure. Tanzania. Wow. How could I miss that? So it was really a pleasure to really have you all be part of this wonderful session. And I am sure that we have been tickled somewhere, and we should be able to now start doing some things around those particular subject areas. I believe those ones who are here, these are their interest areas, and I believe they have gained some insight from this. For this matter, here is something I would like to run so that, oops, not that one. There was something that we set up earlier today. I don't know if it's available here. I think it did not, it didn't suffice. I thought we were having a poll. There was a poll that was set up, but I think it was not saved before. Very unfortunate, and I don't want to also take too much of your time. At this moment, I would like to recognize my president, Dr. Watera Josephine, and who was also our keynote. And in fair note, I would like to also recognize the predecessor, Mr. Lubuulwa Matthew, for being very good custodians of this M&E world, and for ensuring that this light shines. Thank you all. Thank you very much for always holding this up. To all other committee members, I saw Sylvia around, I saw Dr. Julian around, I saw Faith Cooley, I saw Rita. It was really a pleasure to have you. But before we close, I would like to bring in our Vice President to close up our session, Mr. Timothy Luwanga, who doubles as also the commissioner in charge of M&E in Uganda at the office, the office of the Prime Minister. Mr. Timothy?
Have you enabled this microphone?
Yeah, he's here. Mr. Timothy? I see. Okay, I don't know. Mr. Timothy, are you in? Okay, I see him. He's part of us. Probably is engaged somewhere else. So without further ado, I would like to give this to our president to close it up. Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much, members, for your active participation, sitting through this session. When I saw the time that had been allocated, I was like, are you going to really have people sit through for an online activity for this long? And I've been proved wrong. Thank you for your passion, for holding on for this conversation. I hope it has added a brick on our knowledge in this area. And I pray that we look out also for other sessions. Yesterday, I attended a very exciting session on the power of AI. So what Eugene was talking about, I tapped some of these yesterday, the different initiatives that are ongoing. So please tag into other activities and presentations and sessions that are still ongoing, so that together we benefit out of this week. Have a very blessed day, morning, night, wherever you are. And from Uganda Evaluation Association, we love you so much. Next time when we have any other engagement, please respond to our invites. Thank you. And bye for now.
Bye-bye. Hey, for accountability purposes, please don't say bye yet. Please, wherever you are, you can enable your video because we would like to screenshot this. Just let me do this. I'm going to allow body. I'm going to allow, let me see if I can do that quickly. Members, don't leave yet. Even if let me just allow everybody to enable. Let me see if I can do that quickly. Oops. From an administrative standpoint, seems to be impossible. I have to keep on enabling everybody. Yeah, but it will be good. Let me just have all the panelists enable their videos so that we take this nice screenshot. Okay.
Thank you.
Including mine. All right. Okay. That is.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Bye, members. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you. Well done, Nolan. Well done, Matthew. Well done, Nicholas. Well done to
Doctor.
our people.
Asante sana.
Asante. Then Doreen, thank you. Daniel, thank you very much.
Great
Enid.
job organizing team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olwenyi, Michael, Sandra Mbabazi, Rose. Okay, well done, everybody. Well done for coming in. Bye for now and see you later.
Yeah, Roland has a presentation, I think, tomorrow.
Okay. Maybe you can tell us the time on the...
Is it tomorrow or today?
No, I think it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow, let me see. There's that session there's that one of 5 p.m. Tomorrow 2 p.m. Okay. So for Ronald
tomorrow 2 p.m. Uganda time?
Cut Central. So that is around
around 3.
That is 3 p.m. because Central is 1 hour behind us. Huh?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is 1 p.m. I mean 3 p.m. Sorry, 3 p.m. our time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I also saw another session, but I think it's in French, is it? There was one for Candice. There's another one for Candice.
There's one for Candice that is in English by Afrea.
The one for Afrea, yes. I don't know. Is it today?
I attended one yesterday. Let me just check my schedule for. I have to go back to calendar. I'm not sure.
Taboos. We have taboos today for 5 p.m.
Okay.
That is also that is made in Africa. Yeah, that is Dr. Etta and
Is it Agden?
Dr. Almasi. Yes, Agden. Yeah.
Alimans Mazingo, yes.
Yeah, Mazigo, yes. Yeah. So I think today that is, I'll
Okay,
take that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Eugene, many people are asking for the presentation on climate finance. I guess you have it.
Yes, I have it.
I think you
Yeah.
had dropped it on the chat already. All the
Ah, you
people
did.
their direct contact.
So I think a lot of people shared their emails. So the ones
Okay.
who shared, and I think I actually have, before you entered here, you must have registered. So
Yesterday, yeah. So
I
you have the
have,
email.
yeah, I have the email addresses.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, right. Thank you all. Thank you. Let me start writing the report.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, right. Cheers. Bye, everyone.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you, Matthew.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you too.